Encoding overloaded. Consider turning down settings for Binding of Isaac. Really? Seems fine now. Okay, just at the beginning. Hey everybody, how's it going? So Lily's not here right now. She's feeding the baby. We're mouse over hitting start stream, start recording, and then suddenly both Finn and Leo wanted something, and in case they're crying, and yeah, so Lily will be here shortly. For now, it's just me. Just me. Just Joe. So this is Binding of Isaac Afterbirth, and I've never really played it before. I played the original. Steam says I played the original for 8 hours. Way back when it first came out. I used to watch some streamers play that, and I tried it myself. I only played a little bit. Apparently I got Rebirth when it came out, and I played it, Steam says, for 4 hours, but that's a lie. I played it maybe twice, and then I just left it running when I had to go AFK for something. I just played Afterbirth just now, and I beat it on my first try trying it. So the Gungeon skills transfer over, I guess, but it's really short your first time through. I know a little bit about this game from watching streamers, so I'm not completely ignorant. But we're gonna start a new file anyway, because I don't know what that was. So we'll go through it, and yeah, you're gonna see me stumble a lot. I don't know what the items really do. I remember seeing one that makes you vomit instead of throwing tears. I kind of know that there's like some system where you can donate blood for coins, and I kind of get the idea that secret rooms are usually where there's multiple rooms that are around one block for bombs, but I don't even really understand the buttons. Like, there were pills and cards and stuff, and I didn't really know what that was going on, so yeah. Jad's Resurrection, when? Right before or right after the Witcher video. So are there any options I should turn on? And also, how's the sound? Map opacity. How's the sound? Is it okay? Filter should be on, right? For sure, filter on. And gamma all the way up as high as it can go, right? Filter on or off? Pixel art flash. Pixel art flash. Pixel art flash. Turn on found HUD. And items to attain. Turn on found HUD. Okay, do you mean extra HUD? Extra HUD? Okay, extra HUD's on. And HUD offset? No? HUD offset's fine. Are these questions from months ago or recent Patreon questions? These are questions from months ago, and we have 6 pages left, so we should be able to get done tonight, but we can't go too late tonight. I think the latest we can go is 2:30 our time, which is 1:30 Eastern. Language to Spanish, yep. Active cam on or off? I can't even play with extra HUD anymore, it's so good. Oh, okay, I had it off when I did the first run. Alright, is that going through? That's going through. Okay, so stats, challenges, new run. Alright, so let's do a new run, and I don't think we have anyone unlocked, right? Normal, hard, greed. Let's just go on normal. There's a dead cat. Alright, and let's just play until it gets here. So, yeah. Time. Score. Or cassette. How is the volume now that we're in the game and we're firing stuff? Is it too quiet, too loud? So So I'm guessing I don't have to explain what this game is, right? I'm probably one of the last people in the world to ever like play this properly, right? Just took damage in the first battle. We suck. I think I got very, very lucky when I played it just before the stream started. The only shop that was around was on the first one, and I got some ability or some curse or something that every single time I took damage, it would summon a bunch of troll bombs, and that helped clear rooms and stuff for me. And there was only one store, and then after that, it was on the first floor. There were no other stores I couldn't spend my coins, and then on the very last floor, I got some ability that. Some item that made me do extra damage depending on how much money I had. And I just was able to just mow down pretty much everything. So I think I got really, really lucky. I stopped watching Kiki's delivery service for this. It better be good. I don't know what that is. Is that some anime? It sounds like some anime to me. That sounds like an anime. So when I watched streamers play it, these kind of rooms didn't exist. It was just box room after box room. Monstro. Monstro. I think I had him second floor when I just played just now. There was one called Gemini Mega Man. Maybe I misread it. And one which was like a big pile of like flesh that would shoot out 5 red orbs at me, and there was like a lot of holes in the floor, and then there was Mom, and then I think those were the bosses that I had. But anyway, yeah, apologies for playing this game. I know a lot of people have watched many people play this game before, but I've always wanted to try it out properly, and I figure it's good to do that on a Q&A where the focus is on the questions anyway, instead of the gameplay. But I'd like to try it and see. Ultimate what? Alright, so it gave us a bunch of coins, and there's my stuff over there. Okay. I thought there was one that showed you what everything did. I thought they made that part of the game. Maybe it's you're hitting a button or something. Backseating has begun. You guys can backseat a little bit, sure, but I'm probably not going to read chat all that much, so it's okay. Donation. Okay, I don't know what that is. So does extra HUD only give you the time? It gives you the time and that's it? Because I kind of don't want that on. I'll leave it on for now. If that's all it does. Okay, I don't know what these are, so I'm just gonna skip. I have no fucking clue. I have no idea. I have no idea. Alright, did we miss something back here? Alright, what's here? A mushroom. Speed and range up. Alright, I'm glad that we didn't get this right at the start. Okay, and can I bomb this so I can hit this button? Coins. Sorry that I'm quieter than usual. It's trying not to be too loud while Lily feeds the baby, and hopefully the boys settle down a little bit. Alright, so there's a clock on this one. Burning Basement 2. The sequel to Burning Basement 1. So, in case you don't know this game, Binding of Isaac, this is the remake, or I think it's a remake. It classes as a remake of, it's called Rebirth, and then there's Afterbirth, and it's a remake of the original Binding of Isaac that came out, oh god, I don't know, what, 10 years ago now? I can't remember how long ago. Maybe it's not quite that long. And it's not the first rogue-like game, because, you know, that would be literally Rogue, right? But does Rogue count as a roguelike? Like, if something is like water and we start saying it's a water-like, would water be water-like? It would just be water, right? So, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think this was the first roguelike that popularized, we said it eventually, roguelikes, right? I think it was. I don't think there was one before it that really hit as big as Binding of Isaac. And I gotta tell you, when this game first came out, it was really weird to me, and I was really put off by how it worked, and I thought, wow, that's shit. I don't want to play this game, because it looked like Zelda, and I was like, oh, this looks really cool, because it looks like Zelda, and then I heard about the structure of it, and I was like, oh, wow, that sounds awful, I don't want to play that sounds like a really bad time. And now, like, roguelikes are one of my favorite genres, and I really enjoy them, so I don't know what that says about me, but yeah. I don't think this is going to be my favorite, though. Like, I still think I'm going to prefer my boy Gungeon. Because like I said, I played the first one, and I didn't really take to it all that well. The first version of this. Alright, so we have some spikes. So is this going to make the spikes go away? No. Okay, so we go on the other side. Too long didn't read Joe's wrong. Joe is often wrong. Joe is often wrong. And Joe is perfectly capable of admitting that. Okay, so I got like an item before that went in the bottom left, and so the bottom right items are pills and cards, and you use that with the right bumper. And then I got an item on the bottom left, and I thought, oh, that's going to be left bumper. And then that just dropped my bombs all around me, so that didn't work. So right bumper is, we have amnesia. Alright, cool. So the Witcher's just following me even in Binding of Isaac. Oh my god, there's so many snakes. And they're pooping everywhere. This was a mini boss when I played the first run. Like this, they were just in a room and they weren't bosses. This is my first time, kind of my first time playing it properly. Yeah, I did a run right before stream just to make sure it worked and I could control it well. Yeah, and I ended up like beating it, but that's not very difficult, right? Like this is a game where I think someone showed me like the true like where the bosses go and how many different floors you can get and stuff. So, but yeah, and I watched some streamers play this back in the day, so. The controls in this game are confusing as hell. That was another reason why I don't think I liked the original, because I don't think there was any gamepad support back then, and I'm playing on an Xbox controller right now. Monstro's Tooth has appeared in the basement, cool. And we got Breakfast, HP up, okay. And I didn't really like playing it on the keyboard, because it was WASD and the arrow keys, and now you can use the sticks, so. How's it going, Lily Bell?
It's going.
It's going?
She fell asleep while eating several times, so I had to keep stopping and testing to see if she was really asleep or just, you know, would still eat asleep.
It's kind of cute.
Yeah, it's funny. She didn't finish it. She fell asleep. And then Finn's like, can I come out? Can I come out when Leo's asleep? And Leo's wide awake, so Finn goes, it's going to be a long time. Hi you guys, how you doing? I see Lilies, thank you very much. Lily Bell, yeah. That's me.
Lily Bell. Oh, apparently I'm not playing efficiently. I could have got some keys there. I'm sorry. That may sound like I'm being sarcastic. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Sorry. I'm not being sarcastic. I am sorry.
I'm not sorry.
Oh god, that made it even worse. I understand the frustration of Oh no, of watching someone play a game that you know and they're playing it really inefficiently. Like I'm sorry. It's so quiet in here right now, huh? So quiet. So quiet. What's that song? It's so quiet, quiet, so peaceful and still. And then it kicks in with a da-da-da.
Bjork?
Is it Bjork?
It's Oh So Quiet.
It's a cover, right?
I don't know the original then if it's a cover. I only know that version. Yeah, she's like whispering it and then she yells
Oh no.
and the music picks up.
Wait, looks like a character in the game, Monk S. Wow. Wow, Binding of Isaac copied that? Damn, what a mean game. Trying to get Twitch's attention that bad that they steal one of Twitch's emotes? Crazy. Crazy. Crazy go nuts. Crazy go nuts. Alright, should I use this Two of Spades? It says that it was an alt item multiplier. Don't I need to have an item on, like, on the floor first for it to do that? Like here there's a card, right? So, oh, it did fucking nothing. Alright, cool. Let's bomb these mushrooms. Ooh, pills. Alright, pills do. Tears up. Alright, so did that do range or rate of fire or... Okay, there's speed. Range, I'm guessing, is the top right one, then rate of fire, then the speed which the projectiles go, the damage and luck. Oh, it multiplied my keys in my inventory. Okay, now I have the Empress. I don't know what that does. Let's find out. Okay, we are an anime girl. Nice. Wow, this was a good card. Now we're the devil. Revel in the power of darkness. Oh, it's one room only. Okay, now we're not a now we're not an anime girl anymore. Lily, are you an anime girl?
Only in your dreams.
If we ever go to Hawaii,
Aren't we all kind of a little bit of an anime girl inside?
No.
No.
No. No.
No.
No. If we ever go to Hawaii, do you want to be kawaii in Hawaii?
Can I wear those flower laser on my neck?
Sure, you can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, what does the devil do? Okay, the devil seems to have increased our damage. Okay, so I'm getting the impression that I'm learning that pills can be permanent, but cards are one use temporary only. Okay. Alright, I'm learning. Alright, so if we go on the spikes, can we get across so we can exchange health for getting this chest? Yep, so we just got a bunch of bombs and we took 2 hits for that. Should we go in there? I don't know what the icons on the minimap mean.
Actually, I don't know if I should say this.
Uh-oh, don't then. Don't then. Are you gonna say how much you like Trash Chan?
Oh, I do like Trash. I'm not scared to say that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's some pretty decent aspirations there, huh?
Okay.
Get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Aspirations.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that I started my Christmas shopping already, and I bought Kate a few presents. You know, and it's being her first Christmas and everything. And I got her some stuffed animals, and I got her a few dolls because what do you really get a baby, right? Like you can't really get her anything that's not soft. So one of the dolls I got her is an anime girl.
Really?
Because she was so cute,
No.
I couldn't pass it up. She's a little anime girl.
What anime is she from?
I don't know where she's from, if she just has that style, that aesthetic.
No.
But she's got like the the really dark eyes and the little mouth and the dark hair, and I think she's got flowers or something in her hair. I can't remember now.
I'm not condoning this.
So anyway, I want to say, because there's so many in our audience, right? That it's like there's a merger, There's
a merger?
Yeah, there's like an acceptance. There's I I'm embracing you, weeps. I bought her a doll that's like an anime doll. I'm embracing the anime even though I don't watch it.
Okay. You're expanding your horizons?
Expanding my horizons. She didn't arrive yet, so when she gets here, I'll show you what I mean. But
Oh, okay. It's not here yet.
No.
This is not in the house, so we're
No.
safe. Okay. Good.
there you go. It's an olive branch. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
What color is her hair?
I think it's dark,
Okay.
black or dark.
All right. So that bodes well. All
It's
right.
not. It's not a color.
It's
no.
not teal?
Yeah. No.
All right.
She was really pretty. She was a really. Anime can be pretty. You know, it can.
We just got some Jesus juice. I'm surprised you're saying this. Who are you? Have they gotten to you?
Maybe. It's in my water supply.
Shammy is still in Germany. What have they done to you?
I don't know. I just thought they would like that. That's all.
Oh, it's another store. All right, what's this? I don't know what that is. These do not seem worth 5 cents to me. Was ist das? All right, let's leave that alone. I want to use a bomb here to get this chest open. Ooh, money. Now we can get the thing that we don't know what it is. All right, let's go get the thing that we don't know what it is. This is a mom's box. What's inside? All right, and we can use that with L2. We got a goat hoof. Speed up. All right, and that's the thing that's in the bottom left that we're just holding that we don't use. All right. Two cards. All right. Ooh, oh shit. I think I knew that. I think I knew the fire was gonna do that. The sun, may light heal and enlighten you, and two suns. All right. Should have waited until we got out, but then I wouldn't have had the card. All right, let's get this. This is the item room. It is an eye or a rod. I don't know what that is. It's it's an eye. All right, plop. All right, what do you do, eye with a red scarf?
Hey Joe, I just remembered that Noida's physics system reminds me of Cortex Command. Sorry that I wasn't able to remember it during that stream when it was relevant.
Cortex Command? I don't think I've ever heard of that. Cortex Command. That sounds like an old game. Might not be though. Oh, she's awake. She's awake. We haven't really started properly doing the questions yet or anything because we don't even know if this stream can continue much longer. So apologies for that if you're anxiously awaiting the beginning of the questions. It's just, yeah, we almost canceled this because it wasn't going well. But we'll see. Cortex Command. However, I should say thank you to some people. Question, how y'all doing? We're okay. Kind of stressed out tonight. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna pretend. Kind of stressed out tonight. Too much going on. Thank you to Idiot Savant for subbing while stream is down. Also to Blitz Bandit. I'm the J-Man. And I think Dasco, we said thank you last stream at the end. Yeah, I think so. So yeah, so thank you to those three. Thank you to Toxel for subscribing right at the beginning of this stream for 9 months. Thank you very much, Toxel. Thank you, a massive weeb, for the 2-month resub with hey 2 months. Damn, I subbed to my own channel.
What?
A massive weeb just resubscribed for 2 months. I subscribed to my own channel.
Are you sure it wasn't me?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nitos36 for the 2-month resub. It's my birthday today, so here's some money, Joe. Happy birthday, Nitos36.
Happy
sorry,
birthday.
Sorry that I missed it for now. Let's get some happy birthdays in the chat if you guys don't mind. Happy birthday, Nitos36. Hope you have a good one. Thank you, Pink Asparagus, for the 3-month resub. This isn't a question. Just want to say I disagree with about 40% what you say, but I enjoy hearing it nonetheless. Have a good stream. 40% is pretty good, I think. I think 40% is pretty healthy. Yeah. I don't think there would be anyone that I ever agree with 100%. I would consider 50% to be, 50% agreement would be really, really good. So the fact that you agree with me 60%, That's great. I think we would go along. Thank you, Pink
I like
Asparagus.
the name too.
I
It's an interesting image.
like the name too, yeah. Thank you, Kimi Chi, for the 24-month resub with a message. Hi, welcome to the 2-year club, Kimi Chi. Please enjoy that 2-year chat icon. Congrats on getting there. Although after the streams that we've done recently with Code Vein, I'm not sure if it's a wise decision. Maybe you haven't watched them yet. I don't know. But thank you very much. I'm a little embarrassed about those streams, just a little. Like, and I do want to stress little. Like, I don't know. Like, sometimes I feel like I should be more serious. My personality in real life is more of the streams than it is in the videos. Well, she's trying.
Let's see if she wants the rest of it or not.
Okay. Good luck, Lily.
Wow.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, Joe in the videos is a lot more of I wouldn't say a character, I wouldn't go that far, although some YouTubers do have character kind of personas on YouTube. It's still me, it's just me trying to be a lot more formal and serious, and sometimes the jokes like bleed through and I can't resist doing a joke, and there's some like that in the Witcher video as well. But sometimes I wonder if I should try to be more serious on streams too, but that's just not really who I am. I don't know, being serious all the time isn't all that great, you know? It's good to just let loose a little bit. But I don't know, sometimes I wonder if I'm too casual, too biz cash on streams. Tears up. Okay. How did I know what that was? Is it because I had it before already? Let's not go in there. Let's save the key for the item room, if we can find the item room. All right, why is it telling me this is here? Is it because I accidentally hit it? All right, so this is a golden poop that has a lot of money. Wow, a lot of ass pennies. All right, we did it. Okay, I feel like I'm lost. Okay, we just didn't go the other way. All right, did something map this room for us? Is that what the sun did? Wow, but anyways, like, yeah, and I'm pretty much playing this blind, having pretty much never played it before. Let's put it that way. Pretty much. I need to qualify it. What is it? What are those? Is that like a double heart? Yeah, so I'm a little embarrassed, just a little embarrassed about the Code Vein thing, but I think it's for the best. Been thinking about how, what the fuck is this? Oh, does that charge up our thing? Ah, okay, so what's this? This is, mom's pearl, pearl, it emanates purity. Okay, so we have 2, 5, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1. 2, 5, 2, 2, 2, 1. Alright, so what the fuck does it do? Should we take the pearl or should we go with the hoof? Does this make our speed go up too? Because isn't that what, we're the same speed, right? Extended stat effect time. Nah, I'm good. You don't have any DLCs installed? I have Afterbirth installed, but not Afterbirth Plus. What happened with Code Vein? We just made a lot of jokes and we just memed it up with the character creator and everything. It wasn't anything bad. It was just like got carried away a little bit. I want to stress the little part. I'm just a little embarrassed. That's all. Just a little, you know. I don't think we crossed any lines or anything. Just a little embarrassed. Take the pearl? Okay. Isn't Afterbirth Plus free? Yeah, it is, but I was told that it's not necessarily the best thing to have. Piercing shots, and what the fuck is this thing? Okay, we gave it a coin. We gave it another coin. We gave it another coin. And another coin. And another coin. And another coin. We just keep giving it coins. We're just giving it coins. Alright, what do you do? Alright, we're out of coins. Okay then. Alright. It re-rolls the item if you haven't picked it up. Oh, okay. That kind of makes sense. I probably should have tried that first. So I'm okay with games like this being obtuse. I do think that, you know, it'd be better if they explained a lot of things, but I'm okay with it for the most part. It's not a big deal to me. Uh-oh. Why did it go dark? Paralysis. Alright, that would be bad if we used it right in front of everything. It's just, because then you're going to be replaying the game a lot, and you can have chances to find things out again, how they work, so that's okay. But sometimes I feel like this game in particular can get a little too, you have to wiki a lot of things. Uh-oh. Wow, he was just like all up on us. Do we want the card? I want the card. The Hierophant, 2 prayers for the lost. Alright, we got Kappa Hearts. Alright. Kappa Hearts. Alright. Okay, we can't get those Kappa Hearts. So that must have been excruciating for anyone who knows this game for me to just spend all my coins right there after picking up the item, so I'm not sorry. Lemon Party. Alright. Just to show of hands, is there anyone in chat who has never played this game before? I'm curious. Bombs are key. Me. Oh, there's a few people. Okay. Chub. Oh, no. Okay, so that's 2 bosses in a row that are just literally just ripped off from Zelda. Specifically A Link to the Past. Interesting. At least you don't have to hit this guy's tail for massive damage. Little Chubby has appeared in the basement. Alright, what's this? Synthoil? Damage and something up? Alright. Okay then. Thank you again, Kimichi, for the 2-year resub. Thank you very much. Thank you, Discord, for the 8-month resub. Hey, Joe, I just remembered that Noidus Physics System reminds me of Cortex Command. Sorry, I wasn't able to remember it during that stream when it was relevant. Oh, so that's the message that Lily read out. Okay. Alright. Thank you for the resub, Discord. Thank you very much. I'll look up Cortex Command after, Oh, let's put another coin in. I'll look up Cortex Command after the stream's done. See. All right. So what's this? This is a little larva. The poop is moving. All right. Do we want that one? Like, which one of these 4 do we want, chat? Do we want little larva, the pearl, or the other one, or the hoof? What do you guys think? Playing Oberdin first time, and I'm so impressed. My mouth is probably hanging open the whole 3 hours I played so far. Can't wait to check the video out when I'm finished. I'm really glad you're enjoying it, Naitasia. I really like the Oberdin as well. Pearl or hoof? All right, let's take the pearl. Most people seem to think pearl. It's kind of split. You so far getting good items final boss first try, or is it not your first run? I played a run right before stream and I beat it first try, but it's not really first try because I know some things from watching streams and stuff, and may you find all you have lost. May your rage bring power. Temporary flight. Okay, so do we want temporary flight or do we want mom's box? Temporary flight seems like it would be pretty good to go get those other items, right? But what about what's the moon? Uh-oh. Alright, the moon teleported us. That was not worth the moon. I feel like I'm constantly going to be asking chat what should we take for the box. So let's take the Bible and may your rage bring power. All right, that seems like it's going to be something that you use and it gives you a big temporary damage buff. So let's save that for now. Bible is good if you know exactly what it actually does. Doesn't it just give you temporary flight? Oh shit, we just lost one of our Kappa Hearts. Like, can't we just use it in here to get these items? So temporary flight means it's flight for a whole room. Like as long as I'm in this room, I have flight. I'm guessing, right? As long before I leave, and now I don't have flight anymore. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay, cool. All right. Interesting. Thank you very much, Discord, and thank you to Toxel for gifting 5 subs to Mufencio, Data Traveler, Zargi, Bakuretsu Connoisseur. What's a Bakuretsu and why is there a connoisseur of it? And Sir Nosferati. Senior Nosferati? One of those. Thank you very much, Toxel. I think there's a weeb in there for where you gifted these subs out, so I don't know what kind of dice you were rolling there, but either congrats or condolences. Thank you very much, Toxel. Thank you. Thinking on the shame of Code Vein and looking back, former stream memes include naming the Phantom Thieves ass eaters, talking about 3 a.m. poops, and already at the time questioning whether a character's boobs got bigger after obscure requirements. You'll be fine. Yeah, but I mean, that was responding to chat. That was like reacting to a bunch of chat. Lily's back, by the way. That was reacting to chat, whereas and just being like honest about something that happened. Like the 3 a.m. poop isn't a joke. Like I really was taking a poop at 3 a.m. All right, so this is blood for coins. And just being reactive to chat is fine, but I was proactive in Code Vein, you know what I mean? Oh my god, these, look, check them out, holy crap. Look at these Leos. Big baby, oh no, it's a troll bomb with troll face.
Hi, imaginary fanboy.
Acid is the chat thing. Yeah, that's what I mean, like I think Code Vein is the first time it's been like me actively really heavily shitposting, you know? And it's fine. I think it was funny, and I was having a good time. But I question, you know, the what? Why can't I hurt you, crazy guys? Okay, so I can like angle it down by like, because you can't. Okay, so if you haven't played this game, you can only shoot in 4 directions. I'm showing you them right now, but if you run you can angle it. Okay, that's kind of weird. Like, why don't you just let me shoot diagonally? I guess it's so you can have a little bit of micro to do. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying it's unusual to me. Okay, it's not unusual. Any Tom Jones fans in the chat right now? Any Tom Jones fans? All right, so is she settled?
She drank a little more. She won't burp. She didn't want any more. She left like an ounce or 2, and then she started smiling at me. So I put her down, and she's just in there babbling to herself.
She's such a cutie, isn't she?
The boys wanted hugs and kisses, so I went in and did that, and they wanted to come see you. I said you were working, because if they come in here, they're not going to leave. So.
Yeah, they can't see this game either. Yeah, that's a bit. Oh god. All right, let's use this thing. Dun 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 dun. Oh wow, this is really powerful. I wish we'd kept this for the boss. Really good. All right, let's go do it. Monstro 2, the sequel to Monstro. Okay.
So we'll see. I can hear her still. She's talking.
She's still. Oh wow, she's still awake. But yeah, it should be okay. All right. While I'm doing this, let's take a question or 2 from chat, and then we'll go straight to the Patreon after that, and we'll probably answer 2 Patrons in a row. Just so we have a little bit of buffer. I don't want to start the Patreon questions until we're in here for at least 5 minutes or so without an interruption. So. What do I think of Brandon Sanderson? I haven't read any of his books, so I can't answer that. Damn, that was easy. These Q&As are just... They're so easy.
Do you speak German, or is... Was ist das?
Was ist das? Everything, you know?
I speak no German.
I learned German a little bit in high school. A little bit of German. There's actually a pretty embarrassing story I have about that. I had to record for my final exam. I had to record myself speaking German and I didn't have the capability of recording myself, so I had to do it at a friend's house, and I was really embarrassed about like recording on the computer, and there was a lot of like bad takes that I made, and I ended up like swearing a lot on the thing, and then he promised me that like he would put it together and he would fix it, and I was so embarrassed I didn't listen to it back, and I handed it in, and I'm pretty sure I handed it in with just a bunch of me just cursing right what the fuck with the teacher, yeah, I still passed somehow, but yeah.
Oh, I had a good laugh.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. I've forgotten almost everything. The only real things I can say in German are, you know, was ist das, wo wohnst du? Just like the simple questions thing. Ich bin sprechen Deutsch nicht so gut. You know, like things like that. You know, just little things. I wish I'd done it more. I wish
Sorry, it makes it more German.
I'd continued with it. Yes, it makes it more German.
I only know Scheisse.
You only Scheisse.
And that's in the Bourne movies. That's the extent of my German, unfortunately.
Lily, do you like Orangensaft?
I don't know, do I?
Do you want to go to the Krankenhaus?
Do I?
Yeah. What's this?
Krankenhaus sounds naughty.
Orangensaft. Oh, there's gunfire outside. Is there a holiday today?
No. Sometimes I hear that though, and when it's not a holiday. So I wonder if people are just really bored here, or if they are just have a gun and are really bored here.
It's Trash Chan's collar. Look, it's there. Let's get it. And 2 Kappa hearts.
It's the hospital. Do you want to go to the hospital? Is that a threat, Joe?
Orangensaft is orange juice.
Oh.
Orangensaft. That's one of my favorite words. Oh, it's the bloody vaginas.
Krankenwagen is ambulance.
How do you say library in German? Oh. The Bibliothek. There we go. The Bibliothek.
It's in French. And bibliothèque is in Spanish. Is it something like that at least? A lot of languages have similar. Bibliothèque. Boucher. Bibliothèque? Or maybe I said it wrong. Boucher. I give up. I can't speak German. It's almost the same in Russian.
Damn, English is the one that's off saying calling it a library then. English is the one that's off calling it a library, yeah. She's still going. Alright, let's just dive into a Patreon question though then. Let's just do it. It will be some background noise. Alright, go for it, Lily. So, sorry, hold on. So, just in case you're new to the format, we are taking questions from Patreon. These are from a while ago because this feature that we do has been on hiatus while we had the new baby who is crying in the background right now. And we will do our best to continue it as long as we can, but it might be over if the baby starts crying too much, or I might just have to go solo for a bit. We've been doing this every Friday for the past 2 Fridays. So go us, and it'll be a Friday feature from now on, and if it goes well, if we can actually finish this without it being too much trouble every single Friday, we're going to open up to Twitch subs as well. We'll put a new thing in a new Discord channel, and Twitch subs can ask the questions in there, and patrons should probably ask it on Discord as well, because Patreon is pretty bad at having their chat feature actually work, or their message feature, so I think that would be for the best.
Unless, I guess, they don't have Discord.
Well, it's free anyway.
Is everybody?
Anyone can have Discord, you know? Like, I don't know. But then anyone can have the Epic Gaming Store, and people still complain about that. So, sorry, no politics. So, yeah, it should be fine. But if they want to ask it on Patreon, that's fine too.
Are you able to pause this game?
Yep.
Can you go and see her just for a minute before we start and see if you can burp her? Because I tried like 3 times and she won't burp, and maybe that's why she's crying.
Sure, I can go burp her.
You're much better at that than I am, and I did try. So I walked around with her a bit, and she was just smiling away, and now she's not happy. So the burp whisperer. Burp, 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 burp. That's what I sing to her when I want her to burp. I want to hear you burp, 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 burp. Oh, I want to retract something actually. I've been playing Stardew Valley, and there was a question last week that I answered about what I would like to change in Stardew Valley. Well, I just want to say that I finally got to the desert, and I got in the cave that is a fucking nightmare, and I want to say that it is hard enough. I've died in there 4 times. I had to go and spend 25,000 gold on the lava sword, whatever it's called, and even with the lava sword I still died twice. So it's just kicking my ass, and there's a huge difficulty spike from the mines to the cave. So like, I don't know what the fuck that's about, but yeah, it's really kicking my ass. Like I got the farthest today, and that I didn't die. You know, like I didn't have to restart and try again, because I don't want to lose everything. So I keep restarting the game and trying again. And Finn's there, just try again, mommy. Just try again, and it's so frustrating. So yeah, I had wanted more monster options, more variety, and more difficulty. I'm good with what there is. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. I didn't know that last week when I answered. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a huge burp out of her. I don't know if she's gonna stay settled, but yeah, I turned the light off in there too.
I'm just saying about want to retract my Stardew statement from last week about difficulty and monster variety, because I didn't know.
You didn't know?
I didn't know.
She doesn't know? I don't think it's gonna work. I think we're gonna have to take her downstairs, but we'll see.
You can post something in chat, and if we can, we'll get to it. But we always do the ones that come through Patreon are guaranteed, right? But
yeah, they're guaranteed over the course of all of the streams that we do. But yeah, usually it takes us a few times to a few nights to get through them all, because usually they're not too many questions. It's just I waffle on, and I kind of feel like, probably I'm wrong to feel this way, but I kind of feel like I should talk a lot, because it's like so people can get their money's worth. It's like, okay, he answered my question for more than just a few minutes. Friends till the end. Wow, we have so many flies. Is her crying that distracting, or can you guys barely hear it? Because if you can barely hear it, like, she's fine. She's not really crying for anything. She's just trying to learn how to talk. But if she gets any louder than this, then yeah, Liz gonna probably have to take her downstairs. Don't mind the client crying. It's barely loud. Okay. All right.
Okay, so Drone Punk.
Let's go to the first Patreon question. Drone Punk?
Drone Punk.
Okay. Cool name.
Hey Joe, I have a question about what your experience has been like as an author. I know that YouTube is your primary job and you kick ass at it, but I was wondering.
Thanks.
When you first started writing novels, did you just dive in head first, even with some planning, outlining, or did you take courses coaching?
So it's a little too generous to call me an author. I don't know if you just having written a book and having people like read it and everything counts as being an author. I guess it is. It's just if you're going to be a published author, it has to be through traditional means. So my stuff was self-published. So I don't know if it fully counts. It probably does for author. So I've always written stories, even from when I was a wee lad. It's just always been something that I do. My parents used to tell me that I used to just make stuff up even when I was before my memory goes back. I would just say stuff. I always would like to write sound stories and everything in early life. I started reading quite early too. My parents would read me stories, and I wanted to read more without them, so I was reading quite early so I could do that. So it's always been part of me, and I've always been planning stories and everything. I did take one class, and that's kind of how I met Lilybell, really. Kind of. in a writing class in high school, but that was it. And I don't really think I got much out of it other than, you know, one of the repeated lessons that sometimes teachers, even though they can be they can seem nice and cool, they can sometimes be very asshole-ish. And I think that's an important life lesson to have, actually. So I'm glad that I took that course. But when it comes to learning the writing from it, not really. And back then I was more focused on poetry rather than prose, which is something I'm very happy that I got away from, because yeah, definitely not a poet. So it is something I kind of dove into, you know, with that, but with writing novels, that sort of thing. But yeah, I wouldn't say any official coaching or whatever, but there was a period in my life around when World of Warcraft came out, or just before World of Warcraft came out, just to date it, that pretty much I was going to university. I was temporary enemy slowdown. Okay, let's just keep the Bible. In early stage relationship with Lily, playing World of Warcraft, starting my first job, and also just reading and writing as much crap stories as I possibly could of other amateur writers. And for a while, even more than World of Warcraft, that was my biggest hobby and the most I spent my time with. So I would find writing forums on DeviantArt, even, you know, like, but some of them were on like stuff like LiveJournal and just any writing forum I could find, and I would post my stories, but I would also read other stories written by people at the same level, and I would just leave these really, really long comments that kind of formed the basis of some of the critique videos that you see now, because it was really important to me that if I'm critiquing someone's work, you know, and I'm an amateur myself, that I left or right chat real quick, left or right, just go for it, just spam. If I'm critiquing someone else's work and I'm an amateur myself, I need to have reasons for it. So I need to show, you know, this is why I don't think this worked, this is why I don't think that I did think this worked, blah 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 blah. And that was how I learned a lot about writing. I can't really emphasize enough how much time I put into these things. You know, I would spend hours pretty much every single day, just finding people's work and just reading it and leaving them these really long critiques. And I was under different like usernames and stuff back then. But yeah, that's what I spent the majority of my free time with. And it kind of took over something I spoke about before on a Q&A, I think, or maybe it was during one of the streams recently, which is that I used to just find people on ICQ and I want to say IRC, but not really so much MRIC. MSN Messenger, AOL, you know, AOL Messenger, I said that 3 times, now 4 times, and I would just find people and I would just talk to them, be like, hey, what's up, where do you live, where are you from, what's your story, you know, like, hey, Spooky Safe, what's your story, that sort of thing. And I would just talk to people, and I would just, you know, oh, you're from this part of the world, okay, tell me what it's like there, hey, you know, like, what's going on in your life, oh, what and usually if I had spoke to them a couple more times, like, hey, what problems are you going through right now, you know, let's have a talk, you know. That was like one of my biggest hobbies when I first got the internet and the computer. And this kind of reading of different people's work is something that replaced that for me, because I would end up talking to the person as well. And yeah, I learned a lot from that, like so much from that. In fact, it taught me something about myself, is that I don't really understand something unless I can explain it to somebody else. And I also learn a lot by teaching, and teaching is being very charitable for what I used to do. I wouldn't. It's a stretch of the word, but I think you know what I mean. It was like something that I got a lot out of, and I found it very fulfilling. And I kind of miss it, actually. And the videos kind of fulfill that part of it too. You know, like the videos are in the same kind of vein. But yeah, so I learned a lot from doing that. I think I would learn more from responding to people and picking apart their work. And I want to stress, very politely. You know, like here's what I think about this. This is what I think worked. This is what I think didn't work. And And I think I got more out of that than when people did that to my own work. And they did. Like I usually would like attract people that would come back and read my work and give my work the same treatment that I gave theirs. And that was really something that I appreciated. And it was kind of like, it was almost addicting, you know. It's like you go in and you leave a big comment, and then they might find something you did and leave a comment back just as a thank you. And I really got a lot out of that. So I didn't go into, you know, writing those books that are on Amazon right now, you know, completely inexperienced and just diving right into it. But I didn't have any formal training or formal anything other than
fueled with the desire to serve her God.
That one high school writing class, you know. I'm gonna skip this because like who wants to see it, right? Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. And yeah, so I went into the writing on Amazon with the goal to make money. So it was like, okay, I read a guide online from someone who was like, I'm publishing this many stories every single month, and I'm giving them very easygoing, easy reading titles so people know what they are, and they're selling quite well. And at the time, we really needed money. You know, there was we had a lot of problems that we were going through, and it was something that we could use to get some money, and it worked. You know, like it was the goal was to make it very pulpy and paperback, and write them very quickly, and not to worry too much about them. The saying was kind of you can get. It's like you can get 80% of the effect with 50% of the work, something like that. It's like of when you're in a project, you know, the last 50% of all the time and energy and fussing that you do only makes it 20% better, and that 20% better is something that is really worth it when it comes to like honing your art and honing your craft. But when it comes to something that's sort of, you know, readable and entertaining and pulpy to be specifically about writing, but I think any art is going to have the same thing. It is like it holds true for writing. I kind of lost my train of thought there. I'm sorry. So I did that, and at the beginning it was just kind of like, you know, just get them out there. Don't fuss nearly as much as I used to do for the amateur stuff that I used to put up and have. Amateur just sounds dirty now, huh? Whenever you say it, like that's just a dead word for anything other than a specific website that we all know and love. I think yeah, that's just dumb. But I'm still gonna say it. Fuck it. I'm not willing to give up on it. Anyway, so so it was more about being entertaining and readable, and they did their job. They were successful, but I have a lot of more literary ideas that I would love to get back to, and I was working on quite a few of them over the years when still going through other people's work and leaving comments and everything, and I would love to get back to them at some point, but I don't know when that's going to be. I'd also like to finish the series that I have up on Amazon at the moment, because I've said this probably too many times, so I'm sorry if you've heard this sad story before, but Lily has books too. Lily and I were very successful on Amazon until just one day they changed their algorithm for how they promote self-published work, and our sales went from selling like 100 to 200 copies every single day to literally 2, you know, like that was the drop off overnight, you know, 100 to 200 copies to 1 or 2. So that's what we went through with that, and that's why I'm always worried about YouTube and everything. And every time YouTube changes how their algorithm works, it scares the fuck out of me. So yeah, there's that. Yeah, I think that's all I can say. Writing groups are difficult. A lot of people that I was involved with in writing groups don't use them properly. It's just writers hate writing. It's probably the only form of art. Maybe, I don't know, speaking of ignorance here, maybe visual artists and musicians go through it too. I don't know. But in my experience, writers hate writing. They love having written. And I'm definitely that, and almost all the writers I ever spoke to were in the same boat. They would rather like enjoy their vices. They would rather talk about writing. They would rather, you know, sit around in writing groups and you know, like, oh, here's my latest idea, you know, and then they just don't write for a while. So every writer's going to be different. It's not going to be true for all of them. But yeah, that saying, you know, I prefer to have written something than to actually be writing something is pretty true for almost every single writer that I've met. And writing groups are just a perfect way to fake yourself into thinking that you're writing. You know, I'm taking part of the writing group. I'm talking about writing today, and you know that's helping me with my writing. So you know that's all the work I have to do today. Dust myself off and pat on the back. So whoa, we look different now. So I think that they are a very great tool, and that it's a great thing to be a part of if you can use it effectively. But it's also kind of like drinking, you know, like just be aware of the dangers. Be aware that you might end up being a very negative thing for your craft. As for official courses and stuff, I don't know. The high school one I had wasn't that great. Maybe they're way better at a university level. But I think just discussing, to go like against my advice that I just said, I think discussing books and pulling them apart at a university level class is like practice enough. You know what I mean? And I went to university for a year for that, and then I had to drop out because I couldn't afford the tuition anymore because of stuff that happened with my family. And I enjoyed that, but there was also quite a lot of bullshit in the academic world when it comes to literary criticism, and that's what the T-Rex Runner video is all about. But I'm not fully committed to the idea, of course. I think there is something of value for that, and I enjoyed those classes quite a bit, and I wish I was able to have finished it. But yeah, I think that's it. Sorry to waffle on about that. I think maybe I didn't answer your question quite as well as I could have. Yeah, sorry about that. I feel like there was a part of your question, an aspect of your question I didn't really dig into as much as I could have, but yeah. Okay. Was there another question from Drone Pump?
Yes. I just found a website recently that's helping me put my ideas together in a really uniform way, where it takes you step by step through the process to highlight your core idea, characters, plot, setting, etc. It goes in depth, and so far has been a great tool for me. So it's not really a question, just I guess a comment.
Okay, well,
related.
I think that maybe that's reminding me about the part of the question I didn't really answer all that well. So there are different kinds of writing, and again, sorry for people that have watched every single one of these Q&As, because this is kind of a repeated answer, but I don't mind repeated questions. It's just as long as the person who asks it know that it's kind of a repetition. I'm very much a planner when it comes to writing. I always know what the beginning, middle, and end is. And this is kind of like different factions of writers. Some writers, it seems to me that most writers prefer to write like they're reading, which is that as they're writing, they're having these periods of discovery, just like you would when you're reading. So this kind of writing is like when you're reading a book, or even same for watching a movie, a TV show, anything that has a story that a writer has deliberately written. You'll get to like a big revelation, a big plot twist, a big moment, the gasp moment. And writing like you're reading means that when the writer got to there, they gasped too. Like they were writing, on pen to paper, or on their typewriter if they're a hipster, or all right, left or right, chat, which one? Or they were like typing away, and they got there and they were like, oh my god, you know what I mean? So they were like that's what writing like your reading is. Left, okay. So we have Spirit of the Night. We are scary. All right, looks like we're flying. Both? All right, we got both. All right, I don't know what these are, chat. I have no goddamn clue what we are now, but we're kind of a monster. Yeah, anyway, so that's what writing like your reading is, and I hate that, and I feel like most writers do this because I feel like most writing shows a distinct lack of planning. And I guess we can fly now. I don't think planning is mutually exclusive when it comes to writing like you're reading and having these big moments. You can just have them when you are in your planning phase, you know what I mean? Because that's when you have the big ones. Oh, that would be awesome, that would be great. And just because you have a plan doesn't mean that you always have to stick to it no matter what. You can change it. There have been a couple of characters. If anyone here, I don't expect anyone to have read my books or anything, but if anyone has read the Bounty Hunter series, the entirety of the Cass character was not planned at all. None of that was planned. Nothing to do with her was ever planned. Every single scene that she's in, every single thing that happens with her, none of that was planned. So it's something that you can roll with still. There's still that freedom. That character was brought into existence because I realized in the first story that I needed someone for the main character to talk to for the duration of the story. So that's a part of, you know, something in rolling with it throughout a whole entire, like, I think it's like grand total 400,000 words for that whole entire series with that character in it. So you still have that, but I like to be a planner and have almost everything mapped out. But don't think that that's the only way to do it. Just be aware that if you are going to be like that, then you're going to have to spend a lot of time in editing, or else you're going to end up with pricks like me saying that your ending doesn't make sense and you didn't think it through enough. And, you know, usually the endings suffer if you don't plan, which is why Stephen King doesn't nail his endings very much, even though he's a pretty good writer. I don't know what are we in the game right now, but yeah, any tool that helps you, then I'm really happy that you have that, and go for it. And anything that makes it more fun and interesting for you too, because like I said, the struggle to me when it comes to writing is actually writing. You know, it's difficult, and it took me many years to get to the point where I could consistently write every single day and was meeting my writing goals. And I think that's still something I carry with me with my work ethic now. And once I got there, it never went away, and I'm happy about that. Oh, we can fly over these too? Bad trip. Oh no, did we just lose a heart or something? What's judgment do? Anyway, anything else from Drumpunk?
Anyway, thanks. Hope all is well.
Hope that was a decent answer, Drumpunk, and good luck with it. What did I think about the Dark Tower ending? I haven't read the Dark Tower. Lily got me the whole series for Christmas last year, and I haven't read a single book on it yet. I haven't had time.
It doesn't have to be all or nothing, though.
What do you mean?
Like, you can plan.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, yeah?
Yeah, but, like, to make it more fun.
Mm-hmm.
You can plan, but you can leave yourself enough wiggle room that, like, there are some people who plan down to, I'm going to use this sentence in there somewhere. I want to use this word. I want to use this imagery. You know, like, there's some people that really plan not just what they're going to accomplish in a scene, but, like, down to the details of how they're going to accomplish it. And
isn't that just writing at that point, though? If you're being that specific, you know, like...
But isn't like John? I can't remember reading someone does this. Is it John Irving who does that? There's somebody who's really specific with how they plan.
John Irving always knows the last sentence that he goes with.
Him, and I don't remember who it
James
was.
Joyce is oh, we died. James Joyce famously has this thing where he would fuss over a whole entire sentence for days or even weeks. Supposedly legendarily he would do this. I feel like we had a better run going right there, and we just threw it away. But that's okay. Yeah, he would fuss over, you know, like where the placement of one word would be in a sentence, and he would just be talking to his writer friends about it over and over and over again. And you know, and I think that's bullshit. He liked to troll a lot. I think it was Finnegan's Wake. After he wrote Finnegan's Wake, he, you know, legendarily, you know, dusted off his shoulders and said something like, "Yeah, good luck analyzing this, you literally assholes." You know, I mean, I'm paraphrasing what the legend says. I don't believe that's true. I don't think he was that particular about it. I don't think any writer is really that particular about that sort of thing. Poets, yes, but I don't think
I just remember reading something. I don't know where I read it or where I heard it. Maybe it was in an English class or something. They were talking about something.
I think it's him.
I don't remember who, but I just know that some people tend to kind of overplan, and I find that really boring. I don't like to plan that much.
Yeah,
I like to know when I write, I have the plot plotted out, what's going to happen, and then I break it into chapters, and then I have little notes for myself in each scene, and the scenes make up the chapter, and it'll say something like Lana gets engaged or something, or
spoilers,
or you know, whatever. Like it's not a big plot point, but it's something as simple as that. I don't say how she gets engaged. I don't say, you know, the build up to it, or really what happens in the scene, to me, I know that that is what is happening in that scene. Or someone's mental state deteriorates, show this, you know, and I pick something that I think will show that they're starting to lose it a little bit. But I don't say what it is, and as I'm writing it, it kind of comes out, and those are usually my best moments, are when they come out like that, and it's a lot more fun than going in knowing exactly what's going to happen.
Sure, you're closer to writing by reading than I am, but I'm not as near of a careful planner as someone like John Irving. Like, I still have those like this. I look at it as the plan as a skeleton, and you just add layers onto the skeleton as you write. Yeah. And there's lots of things where I might have a sentence in my head where I'm like, I'm definitely going to say this at some point, or that's a really good line, or this is a really good hook for a scene or anything. But yeah, it's a lot of things I've decided during the... Whoa, what the hell's going on here? The poop is coming back. It's Wolverine poop. Oh, damn. Okay, we need to get out of here. Yeah, but yeah. It's a spectrum, right? It's not binary, and you have to find where you are. Just I feel like no matter what, you have to put the time in. It's like, do you want to plan a lot or do you want to edit a lot? You have to plan no matter what. Like, no one is going to have you have to have some idea what the story is going to be in your head before you start writing, or else you're not even going to write it. Wow, you're not even going to write it. Wow.
You have to edit.
You know, so you have to do at least a little planning, like, no matter what.
Yeah, I don't know,
you have to do at least a little editing. So it's like, where do you want to put the work in? Do you want to put the work in the planning so you don't have to do as much editing, or do you want to do way more editing so you don't have to do as much planning? Yeah.
Just make it as fun, like you were saying. This website sounds really cool that they can break it down for you that way, but at the same time, I might take some of the fun out of it, right? If you have every step-by-step planned out, when it comes time to actually sit down then and write it, for me, I always feel like I already know the story then. I've already told the story because I've told it in note form. I already know exactly what happens. It's not fun for me anymore because I've like over-planned. So I just plan enough that I can get through it, and then sometimes there'll be standout things I want to talk about, but I don't plan out every line or every event that happens as it happens. You know, I just kind of let it, and then you can fix it later if you don't like it or you want to add something later. I go back and do lots of rewriting to it as I'm writing it, so you can make it more fun like that. I think it doesn't have to be so boxed in, you know. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. You were talking about you know, how you do it and stuff, and we do it a little bit differently, so.
Why can't I move this one?
And yeah, I do a lot of brainstorming. Someone was asking in chat, a lot of brainstorming before, when I'm fleshing out the plot, like what the plot actually is, or who the characters actually are.
Different color?
Sometimes I talk about, like, I'll write out like themes that I want to kind of touch on. There's something like an overarching kind of theme or something, and then I'll define the plot, and then I'll break it down from there.
Miswriting.
I'm gearing up for another round.
Are you?
I was reading it back last night.
Good luck with it.
That's how I write. I write in little bursts, and then I'll take a break, and then I'll go back and write in a burst and take a break.
So see how I knew how to bomb that wall? Because there was 3 walls on this here. That's something I learned from watching streamers, and I've never forgotten it. It's also how I used to try and find secret rooms in Gungeon, but it didn't really seem to work all that well. Little horn. Okay. After this boss, we'll take another question from Patreon, but is there any question in the chat that we've missed over again until now?
Don't know what they are. They're not saying yet. Joe, have you ever watched Northern Lion?
Sparingly. I watched him play at least one round of Binding of Isaac at some point, but I've never watched him stream except for very recently. I saw him stream something, but it was only for a minute or two. I have seen him on... Whoa, we're a skeleton now. Holy crap. I've seen him play Gungeon and Binding of Isaac on YouTube, and I think I watched him play Nuclear Throne once as well. I liked him. It was pretty intimidating watching one of his videos, because he's so, like, non-stop talking about references and stuff and singing and everything, and I was like, oh goddamn, like this guy's got this thing down, you know. So I was a little intimidated, like, wow, I'm never gonna be, you know, anywhere near this guy in terms of quick chat interaction and everything. But I don't even think he was streaming. I think it was just something that he recorded, you know, like he has that. Someone's in chat saying charisma. Yeah, he has pretty good charisma. Yeah, so that was quite intimidating. I'm like, oh man, that was before I started streaming. I was like, ah man, this is what I'm up against, man. These are what the expectations are. I'm never gonna be there, and like I'm still nowhere near him, but I think I do okay. I really wish I would say less. It was like it's a bad habit, and I'm trying to consciously not do it anymore, but there you go. I just did it instinctively.
So you know a lot.
It's difficult for me not to do that.
Fabulator's asking about I'm saying the questions one on Patreon, and there's no post. This is March questions?
Yeah, they're from a while ago, yeah. So if it goes well, from this one to the everyone's gonna notice every single one I say. From if it goes well tonight and next Friday when we finish, if we don't finish tonight, which is not looking likely, because we had a really slow start, then we will be continuing it, and there'll be a new prompt. We'll also open up to Twitch subs as well, because a Twitch sub is more expensive than the $3 reward tier, so I think Twitch subs should get it too. One pill makes you large, one little pill makes you small. The pills Liam Riley gives you don't do anything at all.
Gives you great song.
Okay, so let's go to the next question on Patreon, which is from Ben E, right?
Ben E, yeah.
Ben E. Okay, so we initialize the last names.
Hey Joe, hope all is well. Recently I was diagnosed with mild apnea, and while not being as serious a diagnosis as severe apnea or narcolepsy, I've struggled for a long time to find the energy to do things. I've pushed through it in many respects, but I'm almost always feeling fatigued and exhausted. I almost never feel well rested. So my question to you is, how do you cope with the tiredness you must experience every day?
Apnea sucks, man. I'm sorry that you have that. They thought I had sleep apnea for a bit, and I had to take home. Well, like when I had sleep study, I've had multiple sleep studies, and the first time I had the sleep study, you know, the machine broke because there was just so much wrong with me. No, I'm kidding. They were like, okay, well, it might be sleep apnea, it might be this, it might be that, but we have to do a daytime sleep study now to confirm whether or to see if it's narcolepsy or not. So the defining symptom of narcolepsy is, I'm way ahead of myself. So I'm narcoleptic. In case this is your first time streaming hearing this, I don't mention it very much on the normal streams, and I don't think I've ever said it in a video on YouTube. I've said it on Twitter. Yeah, I'm narcoleptic, and the defining symptom of narcolepsy is not what it's shown to in pop culture, and in that, you know, you fall asleep randomly or anything like that. That is extremely rare, and it's more linked to cataplexy than it is to like narcolepsy. The actual defining symptom of narcolepsy is that you dream instantly upon falling asleep. So if you ever have a nap and it's a 20-minute nap and you had a dream during that 20-minute nap, then you have experienced the defining symptom of a narcoleptic. Now, every body is different, and sleep is not something that's, you know, like, none of us are robots. You know, that it is possible for a normal sleeping brain to have had a nap and had a dream in those 20 minutes. But most of the time, a normal sleeping brain will take anywhere from 60 to 90 minutes to enter sleep state, which is REM sleep, REM sleep. And a narcoleptic can enter that instantly. They can enter that even when they're awake. So I've explained it before on stream as narcolepsy is a series of 3 switches, but they're more like 3 dimmer switches, because it's not on or off. It's just, you know, it's a gradient from the first switch being awake or asleep, paralyzed or not paralyzed, and dreaming or not dreaming. And in a normal brain, those are light switches. You know, you're either asleep or you're not, you're paralyzed or you're not, or you're dreaming or you're not. Whereas in a narcoleptic brain, not only are they like dimmer switches, they can also go off in any order at any time. So you could be awake and suddenly you are paralyzed, which is cataplexy and also sleep paralysis. You could be awake and you are dreaming, which is hallucinations. Usually they're auditory hallucinations. And you can be awake and suddenly you can be very, very tired and you have an irresistible urge to sleep, and that's the awake or asleep. So that is what's usually misunderstood as a as the sleep attack that you see in pop culture. It's just an irresistible urge to sleep. But I'm sure there are some narcoleptics that do have it way worse than I do, that do have that sort of thing where they just cannot for the life of them like keep their eyes open, and it looks like they kind of fall over. But the cataplexy, in case no one knows what that is, cataplexy is usually... we have a spider. Cataplexy is usually when you experience an intense emotion. Usually it's laughter, and your knees will buckle and suddenly you can't really stand properly. So I am fortunate that I don't really have severe symptoms when it comes to the cataplexy or the hallucinations. I do experience cataplexy sometimes. I do experience hallucinations sometimes, but usually it's upon waking up. Same for the cataplexy. The sleep paralysis is usually when I wake up. I get sleep paralysis. I used to get it quite a bit, but I haven't been experiencing it much lately. So to get back to your thing about sleep apnea, I had the CPAP machine for a little bit, and that was just hell. I would wake up and rip it off in my sleep because I don't really get paralyzed in my sleep like most people do. I thrash a lot. I will get up and walk around. I sleepwalk. I've gotten better as time has gone on, but Lily can attest to the amount of times that, you know, she just found me just walking around in my sleep and talking to her and everything and having no memory of it in the morning.
Knowing if you're awake or not when you're talking to me.
Yeah.
Because he sounds like he's awake.
That sort of thing. And I don't know why I've gotten better over time. It used to be that it was linked to dreams, and I would get stuck in dream loops and nightmares, and I would get stuck in dreams within dreams where I would think that I'm awake and then it turns out that I'm not, that sort of thing. And those were really scary, and they would get very frightening and very unsettling that would happen. There have been a few times in my life where I have thought to myself, you know, what if I'm asleep right now? ZZZZ, you know, and I will close my eyes, and trying to wake myself up out of a nightmare in a dream is sort of like if you imagine a fist behind your eyes when you're closing your eyes and you're just kind of pushing out. That usually wakes me up. And there have been a few times in my life where I've been like, hey, it'd be really funny if I was asleep right now, and then I try to do that and I've woken up, you know, like it, because the dreams are that lifelike and that real. And that really starts to fuck with your sense of perception and your sense of reality and what's real and what's not. The most layers of dream loops I've been in, I think, have been 4 or 5, and the last 2 were just so realistic. Just so I can't even describe how realistic they were and how unsettled. I was fucked off for days, you know. After that, I was so unsettled after that happened. But I set up sort of like dream defenses where I started to realize what was a trigger and what was not. Like, if there was some of them were weird. Like, some of them would be like a bouncing ball, a soccer ball or a beach ball coming down a well, we can't re-roll it, coming down a hallway, and then I would know that a nightmare was coming. Sometimes it would be like someone laughing in a specific way. There's like the hairy-faced man that I would see like peering off from around a corner. There was like a group of like 3 old ladies, kind of like almost like the crones in Witcher 3 now I think about it, but not quite that grotesque. You know, like some of them were nightmarish, some of them were just like really benign. And I would notice that whenever I saw them that like the nightmare was going to try and like grab me, and I had to like wake up really, really quickly. And it's, again, it's all in my head. It's myself fucking with myself. There is no like consciousness to it. It's me. But I would feel like whenever I would get into that moment, you know, I would be why can't I buy this? Oh, I don't know why that was red. I would get into that moment where like it would be like a rush of the nightmare trying to grab me before I would wake up because it was my consciousness fucking with myself. But yeah, I set up these defenses where I would notice these things and also just wake myself up every few minutes some nights. And that would make my sleep quality really, really low, but it would meant that I wasn't having nightmares and dreams all the time anymore. But when you have a lot of dreams and nightmares, I don't know if this is a common thing. Lily seems to think, Lily agrees with this. Lily's experience is the same, I should say. I'm not speaking very clearly tonight. Sorry, I'm a bit tired as we're getting into it. That if you spend the whole night dreaming, you wake up more exhausted than if you hadn't. Is that something that most people agree with in chat? Like, if you've ever had a long bout of dreaming, it's like, wow, I'm way more tired, you know? So it's sort of like do you want to be tired because you were waking yourself up all the time because you didn't have the nightmare, or do you want to be tired because you were stuck in a dream every single night? Because that's what it's like. It's like whenever I'm asleep, I dream the whole time, and I set up these defenses and these systems to not have to go through that, just through trial and error and my subconscious kind of just fighting back against it. And that worked for a few years, actually, up until like right before Finn was born till about a year, maybe a year and a half ago. And just right before, I think maybe it might have been when we moved here to Moncton, but it might be right before, they stopped working for whatever reason, and now I'm back to dreaming a lot, all over and over and over again. I think I mentioned in some streams, if you go back and find it, please...
It was right before we came here.
Please don't try, because, you know, it's not that interesting. But there was a time where I said in a stream, a couple streams, I'm like, you know, I'm really, really tired. My sleep problems are coming back, and that's what it was. It was my defenses aren't working as well as they are anymore, and I'm dreaming every single night again. So I definitely understand where you're coming from, and sleep apnea is awful, and wearing the mask is awful. I don't mean to be guilty of what a lot of people have said to me over the years, you know, when it comes to poor sleep, and they just say, why don't you just masturbate before you go to sleep, or, you know, just tire yourself out or whatever. And like, yeah, that doesn't work. You know, you think what the fuck is this? You think we haven't tried that? You know, people with sleep disorders, that we haven't tried that. You know, it's like saying to someone who's depressed, you know, just don't be depressed anymore. Just try not to think about it. It's like, it's complete bullshit, you know? So I hate to be that kind of person, but there are things that you can do that aren't the CPAP machine, and I'm just assuming that you are going to CPAP machine. Billy Connolly is a famous Scottish comedian who has, I think he has something like Parkinson's now, and he has sleep apnea, and he had a lot of success with wearing a shirt to bed that had a tennis ball sewed into a pouch on the back of it, which sounds ridiculous. It could be an apple or an almond, something that's kind of round shaped and hard, and that means that you can't sleep on your back, because that's the problem when you have sleep apnea, is when you sleep on your back, you kind of just, like, your face kind of condenses into your neck, and you don't breathe properly, and you get really low oxygen rate to your head, to your brain, because you're not breathing properly, and you can die from sleep apnea. Like, I think that's what one of the Giant Bomb guys died from. Like people have died from this, you know, they suffocate on their own apnea. So you can try that, so it's not the machine, and to make sure that you're always sleeping on your side. Also, if you are on the heavier side, if you lose some weight, that can help a lot too. But I think that's like a more like low-tech solution to having the mask strapped to your face, you know, forcing air into your lungs mechanically while it makes this big, huge noise, and, you know, dries out your nose and your mouth, and it's just awful, 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 awful. So yeah, Parkinson's is the strongly associated sleep disorders of all kinds. Yeah, apparently it's linked to narcolepsy too. Yeah, I have that to look forward to. I hope I get to pass over that. But yeah, wow, he was loud. So yeah, there's that's some advice. But for dealing with it, I don't know. I just do it, man. I know that sounds terrible, and I'm really, really sorry. And like I can't really give you any good advice. It's something I've struggled with my whole entire life, and it's just, I just do it, you know, like Lamayo forehead, you know, I just keep going even though I'm tired, you know. So it's just, you just do it. So sorry, but yeah, I it's been a problem since I was a teenager. Specifically, is when it was at worst. It was the worst, and I struggled really hard to be able to get up and go to school. But yeah, you just try your best, and don't don't be too hard on yourself when you might need to go to bed too early, you know, and maybe look into some sleep hygiene. It doesn't, now all that stuff doesn't really help me, you know, like making sure that you're avoiding screens right before bed. Make sure that you don't read in bed, that sort of thing. Like bed should only be for sleeping. A lot of sleep specialists will tell you, you know, don't do anything else in bed other than sleeping. And you will associate the bed more with sleep, and if you try to go to sleep and you don't fall asleep within 20 minutes, then get out of bed and go do something else, and then come back and try again. You know, don't associate the bed with a place that you're just laying down resting. Wow, these guys are really hard to see. Don't use screens before bed. Get one of those I think it's called Flux, where it changes the color of your screen toward the end of the night before you get off, and it'll make you more sleepy, and you won't be more awake. And you know, make sure that you're keeping a good sleep schedule, that you're trying to get up at the same time every day, get a good amount of sunlight and everything. But that doesn't work for me because of the sleep disorder. It makes absolutely no goddamn difference, and it's to the point where caffeine can make me sleepy, you know what I mean? Like it's sometimes for sleep disorders it's the opposite of what it is for everybody else. So I don't know if it's just the apnea that you have, but yeah, I would just look into maximizing the efficiency of the amount of sleep that you can get if it is just the apnea problem, and you might feel better. What is this thing? Sorry, just kind of stunned there for a second. Oh, we're dead. All right, cool. All right, not paying attention as much as I was before. We're dead.
Next question.
I think so. I don't think there's anything else I can say about sleep. I mean, I could talk all day about this, but I think we have to cut it somewhere. You know, it's a really, really big part of my life. You know, there are some nights where I just, like, no matter what, it's not happening. You know, I'm just not getting sleep tonight, and that's just something I have to deal with for the rest of the week. You know.
Well, sometimes it makes no sense either. Like you'll get up really early or something, right? And you'll think, oh, I've been awake for so many hours and I haven't really slept the last couple of nights, so I'm gonna fall asleep, you know, when I'm gonna go to bed early and I'm gonna sleep tonight, and you still don't. Like it doesn't really matter what you've done, you know, the last couple nights, if you slept or not, or what time you got up or what time you didn't, you know, like there's no pattern for you if you can sleep or not.
Stop talking, pay attention. I was more looking at like the boss itself, like whoa, what are you? Yeah. Don't underestimate my dumb decisions. Did they have another question?
Mm-hmm. It's not related.
Okay.
You touched on it in the God of War video, but if there was any one thing that could be added to improve the sequel, what would it be for you? For me, it would be a jump button. Mm-hmm. It would open up exploration and level design in new and interesting ways. Combat and levels would be even more dynamic than they are currently, and I'd personally like to see the already good level design in God of War expanded upon with more movement options. I can already visualize Kratos whipping himself around, even in the more grounded way the new game approaches movement, with the Blades of Chaos acting sort of like a grapple hook shot.
Yep, that would be it for me too. I think I mentioned that in the video, but yeah, that would be it for sure. I'll try and think of another one, but I think that's going to be it. It's definitely number one, so whatever I said after that would be number two. So freer movement, jump button, you know, for sure. It would change the structure of the game significantly, though. It's God of War is a lot. It's a series of corridors. It just kind of hides that from you quite well in most of the parts. Sometimes not well enough, especially for some people who didn't like the game for that reason. But yeah, so it would change it significantly. But it is quite annoying to be railroaded into certain areas because of that. Going from Witcher 1 and 2 to 3 is really fun, even though the jump in Witcher 3 is janky as fuck, because Geralt has just so much freer movement. And it's okay for me to you know, tolerate that jank, because it's just so much more fun and freer to control compared to the first two games. So it's that kind of jump that needs to be made or added to that. It also helps in combat a lot, which I think I went into more detail about in the video. I don't know if they're going to do it though. I think maybe they want to have that more kind kind of grounded, more controlled kind of sense of exploration and moving around in the game. But they did have something close to an open world, right? So maybe they'll do it. I'm not sure. It's also, it helps for the visuals as well. You know, having it that strict and that controlled makes it so they can push how the game looks a lot more. You know, it's beyond my knowledge to fully understand and comprehend or even appreciate exactly how much easier it is to make the game look as good as it does with that limited perspective and limited movement system, but it definitely must help. So I would accept the game looking about the same as it does now on the next console with a lot more freedom of movement if that was the trade-off that they had to do. But there's no way that Sony is going to let that happen. You know, like, they're going to want that game to be a graphical powerhouse on the PlayStation 5, and they're not going to be like, oh yeah, it can look just the same so you can have better exploration jumping around. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. Something of a more freer combat system or freer movement in combat at least would be good. I think they could probably pull it off. I think the combat in the new God of War is really good. There's no big flaw for me there. Maybe that was even something I understated in the video, but yeah, I think the jump button is definitely it. For story, there are some things I could say, but I don't want to because it's spoilers for it, especially the ending of God of War 2018. Let's just say a certain god showing up would be really great, and I hope that they don't reset the progression of the weapons. But yeah, I'm just repeating myself in the video now. There wasn't much of that video that I cut, so there's not much new content I can say about that. Sorry. So yeah, definitely the jump, and I think that's all I can say about that.
That's it.
Grapple hook shot sounds really good. I really don't want them to do God of War 3 gameplay again. But yeah, I would like that for it to be just a little freer. Any questions in chat that we can take real quick, and then we'll go to the next Patreon question? Aphrodite, the goddess of waifus. We're calling Trash Chan Aphrodite now? Wow.
I can't read it because the thing's there.
Sorry.
The questions are cut off.
There you go.
Do you think the push for realistic graphics has become a detriment to games? The whole so expensive argument and animations start to feel so janky.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Like no one. I don't think anyone is asking for, like, it's the best example, the horse testicle shrinking physics in Red Dead Redemption 2. You know what I mean? Like, no one needs that. But like, that could just have been a marketing thing. But I think it still holds true. You know, no one needs this stuff. There were shots of Final Fantasy 15 that just were like, no one needs it to be like this. You know, like this is too much, and this is why the budgets are so inflated, I think. But it's still impressive. You know, I enjoyed the visuals, but it doesn't really matter all that much to me. It's like, I think we spoke about this in the last Q&A, or maybe on a stream recently, how, you know, AAA games push the graphical fidelity so much, whereas a lot of gamers claim they don't care, but then when these games come out suddenly they really do care. Well, that's because they know so much of the budget went toward it, so they want to be critical of it. You know what I mean? It's like, you spent this much money making this game look this good, and it doesn't even look all that good, or it has so many glitches. I feel like quality control in AAA games is getting worse and worse and worse as I get older. You know, I think, didn't the new Tom Clancy game have a lot of problems too? You know, and then there's even like big award-winning games. Like, I hate to say this because it's like it's something of a spoiler for the Witcher video, but also because it's like one of those sound bites that's gonna just piss people off. But Witcher 3 is buggier than Fallout 4. I don't understand why, you know, we're not allowed to say that. Like, it's right up there with Fallout 4. You know what I mean? It's nowhere near Fallout 76, but even with all the patches, like, Witcher 3 is glitchy as fuck. So I don't know, you know, and that's game of the year for that year for so many people. You know what I mean? So I don't understand why we're tolerating this bullshit. You know, I don't know why like so many people tolerate it with Bethesda. You know, Fallout 4 was terrible at launch. Terrible. You know. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of it, but at the same time, I'm gonna be right there criticizing it if it doesn't look good because I know how much money went into it, and it kind of pisses me off. You know, it's like, oh well, games are way more expensive now, so we have to do these shitty DLC practices and so on and so forth. And it's just, well, yeah, but I don't think that they're managing their teams all that well, and way too much resources are going into all this shit that doesn't really pay off that well and seems to be leading to rushed end products that are glitchy as fuck. But I don't know, I feel like I'm behind on the AAA scene. There haven't been many AAA games I've been playing lately, right? Is Code Vein AAA? Code Vein feels about AA. It's AAA priced, right? So I guess it is AAA. That's what I should look at it. Sorry, that's my rule. Is how much does it cost? Alright, I don't think we have any, can we bomb open chests? I don't think we can.
Those boobies are AAA.
No, we can't.
You mentioned you used to talk to random people on the internet and ask for their stories. Is there any story that stuck with you?
Not really. There's certain people that stuck with me. This is gonna sound way worse than it is, and it was nothing. It was never anything sexual or anything like that. But I ended up speaking, surprisingly for some reason, to a lot of single moms. You know, like, so like a lot of women a lot older than me. But it was just mostly just like having conversations, and they would talk about their kids a little bit, and they would talk about, you know, what they've gone through in their life and how they ended up being a single mother, that sort of thing. I guess they had computers, and they were at home all the time, and they were just a lot of people that would just answer quickly when it came to me sending out messages and stuff. Yeah, I would end up talking to a lot of single moms. But again, I want to stress, like, it doesn't sound like I know it's gonna sound. There was a German mechanic I used to speak to a bit in English. I didn't speak to him in German. He was really into wrestling, and he was pretty cool. There was someone I got into an argument with after a couple of times talking to them, where, you know, they insisted that an angel had come down from heaven and saved their grandmother from getting hit by a car, you know, and that was why she now believed in God, because the grandmother had told her over and over and over again that an angel had come down and swept her away out of the way of the car and saved her. And she blocked me after I said, your grandmother is lying to you to keep you in religion, and she, like, that was not a good thing. But yeah, there's that one. No, nothing really stands out. Sorry. That's kind of sad to realize, actually, that there's not many that I can think of, you know. I don't know if that's because there wasn't anything really that interesting that I can talk about, or if it was just kind of like just general life shit that it was so interesting to me back then because I didn't have that experience, or if I just don't remember anymore. Because it was so long ago. It's a little disturbing for me to realize. Thank you for asking that question. Any idea how the title of the Witcher videos will be? And have you played any of the playthroughs in Polish? I heard it was very good. No, I didn't play any in Polish. It was just English. And I think they're just going to be normal titles, just critique, you know? I don't think there's going to be any big subtitle or any catchy subtitle line or anything like that. I don't think it needs it, and there is no big snappy thing that I could think of, because to me, for me to do that, like, it's no masterpiece for Odyssey, you know, or almost a masterpiece for God of War. There's nothing really snappy that I can think of that would also be true, because those are true statements for me. There's nothing like that, and I don't think it would need it. So I think it's just going to be critique or analysis. It'd probably be critique, I think. And it's looking like it's going to be 3, maybe 4 separate videos, because it's not gonna fit otherwise. I don't know if I want to split it into like part 1 and part 2. I don't know. I think it should just be Witcher 1, Witcher 2, then Witcher 3, and then the DLC and the books and whatever. I don't know. We'll see. I'm still hoping that I can get it. Witcher 3 more like bad game. It's not a bad game. There are some hot takes in the video, don't get me wrong, you know, that again, they're true statements. Witcher 3 in my playthroughs has been as buggy, if not buggier, than Fallout 4. Like, you know, There's no like many hot takes like that. I already know what the most controversial part of the video is going to be, but it's also something that I'm going to spend a lot of time on, so it'll be okay. It's not going to be another Odyssey. This boss is weird. Oh, should have just stayed still. Okay, one more question from chat and then we'll go back to Patreon because I just killed the boss. Someone is saying I don't remember any bugs in my Witcher 3 playthrough. I think you're very good at getting bugs. Okay, I don't know, man. Maybe it's really buggy at 1440p resolution or something. Maybe there's something about the resolution that just makes it really terrible. But you know.
There was fan art from Maddie.
Really? Fan art?
I didn't see it. I missed it.
Fan art in a Q&A stream?
But they're saying there's fan art.
Wow. People still get mad when your name is brought up because of that Odyssey review. I think more people are mad about the Silent Hill 2 stream. Steven lives. Your rage grows. Alright, do I want the golden horseshoe or do I want the red patch, chat? Let me know. Let me know while we put some fan art on.
And thanks, Anton. They said it a couple times, I think, and I missed it.
This is cute. I don't really remember much sticking out in my 55-hour-ish playthrough. Really, it took me, my first playthrough of just the base game of Witcher 3 took me 100 hours. And I've played The Witcher 3 with the DLC now, grand total for more than 400 hours. And so I have way more time with it. However, in my first playthrough by the 55-hour mark, I'm pretty sure I had a massive collection of glitches that I had in my notes list. Yeah. Just tons and tons of just disappearing enemies just dying for no reason, plenty of hitbox problems, floating NPCs in the sky, the lights changing out of nowhere, characters clipping through each other in cinematics, Roach just coming out of nowhere and just being like, I'm part of this scene too, blah, 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 fuck you, Bloody Baron, you know, just being right there. There was a horse got into the Passiflora in Novigrad and just stayed there for the whole game. You know, there's just people serious business talking in the brothel, and there's a horse. I'm a horse in the middle of here. Like the doors aren't even big enough for the horse to get into that brothel, but he's just hanging out there. You know what I mean? Like, I could probably open my notes and go on and on and on and on, but I'm recording chat on the other screen. Yeah, but there was tons and tons of glitches. The game crashed on me about 20 times. It failed to load a few times. I have lost count of the amount of times that there is a wrong subtitle matched to the audio line, that there's a missing word or a missing sentence that the voice actor just didn't say and the subtitle is still there. Just tons and tons and tons of problems that I ran into. If I started Witcher series today, what game should I play and what order? I would suggest go through them all if you're really interested in RPGs in The Witcher. Go through 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, but don't worry about the difficulty options in 1 and 2. Just play them on easy and just get them through. Joe, let Lily play. I think you're cursed. I do understand that I end up finding more glitches than most people, and I think I'm going to say that, but I still think it is quite a buggy game. I had nowhere near as many glitches or ones I didn't notice and impact gameplay in a meaningful way. I played on Death March. I played on Death March too. That's the only thing I played on. And I had a lot of glitches in combat. The ones that the visual glitches, they don't impact it much, but yeah, it's still there. They still bring me out of the experience quite often. I would say that Fallout 4 probably has way more outrageous glitches. So this is from Matt Bake, if I can find it in the list. Did you see it, by the way, or no?
It flashed, but it was too fast for me.
Here you go.
I did the burp, 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 burp song when you left.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Burp, 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 burp. Yeah. I get good burps out of her for whatever reason. I can hold her better against my shoulder because you want to try and make like a straight, like, imagine like a tube, like a Pringles can from the mouth to the stomach, and you kind of want to just get that as upright as you possibly can when it comes to burping a baby. And I'm just better at aligning that when I'm holding the baby against my shoulder. That's really cute. I like that a lot. The expression on your dragon. Burping fire too, right? That's good. Thank you for that. That's really cute. Thank you. How do you feel about Eurodranking games, namely IMO, the deep, intricate systems that are flavorful over functional? I don't really know if I can speak about that much, but oh, by the way, what was the consensus? Should I take the horseshoe or the patch? Did you see that?
I didn't see it.
Didn't see it?
I was looking at the baby.
Pickle Nagito. Yeah, I don't really know much about Eurojank, and I don't know what to say about that. I think I would prefer a flawed, ambitious game than a safe, perfect game in almost every case. Patch easily? Okay. So hopefully that's something I can answer, but I don't think I have much experience with Eurojank, so I can't really talk about it, sorry. This is a dead bird. Protective buddy. Okay. Alright, I don't know what that does. Okay. Which Witcher 3 DLC did you like better, Hearts of Stone or Blood and Wine? Oh, you're trying to trick me into talking about Witcher again. I'm not gonna fall for it. I prefer both of them over the base game. They're both really good for their own reasons. I don't know if I would be able to pick a favorite. Like, Hearts of Stone is the better condensed experience, but I really did enjoy Blood and Wine, so I don't know which one I would choose over the other, but they're both definitely better than the base game. Definitely, for sure. Anyway, let's go to the next question on Patreon. In fact, I would go as far as to say that the DLC kind of saves that game for me. Oh, damn. I'm just busting it out. I can't help it. Oh, this one's really long. Okay, so we can read down to here, right? Can you... Okay, you have to ask me to scroll down when we get there. Okay, all right. So this question's really long.
Bryce says, "What up, Paw Patrol?
How's it going, Bryce?
I think my comment got deleted, which is rough because it took forever for me to get it to a point I was satisfied with." Yeah,
Patreon's just awful. I'd really like to go over to at least have the option for people to have the Discord as an alternative, because yeah, it's just really, really bad. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
So, I've watched a large amount of your videos. I appreciate your perspective and the work that you do. I just had my third child with my wife back in February, living in Ontario, working full-time as a butcher and developing a game as a side project.
Okay, okay. I have a question for you. This is the butcher. I remember a butcher when we read the questions, and I had a question for the butcher. Okay, what are you laughing about?
No, because I remember you telling me there's a butcher, and I have to know.
This is serious. This is serious. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So in Britain, there is. Okay, is there anyone who's British in the chat right now who lives in Britain? Okay, so if you're a British person that has come over to North America, you will know that North America has distinctly different bacon than we have in Britain. Now, I think, despite being what I would call British bacon, I believe it's called Danish bacon. All right, so. Bacon in Britain, the Danish bacon, has a different kind of smoking flavor to it, okay? And it has significantly more meat to it than fat. Whereas bacon over in America and Canada and is very thin, has mostly fat and a little bit of meat on it, okay? There is P-meal bacon, but that's mostly meat and no fat, whereas British or the Danish bacon has almost equal amounts of like meat and fat to it. Now, there is nothing in the whole entire of the world that I miss more from Britain than that fucking bacon, all right? And I can never find it anywhere. So you're a butcher, okay? So if you could tell me on Discord, or however you can, carrier pigeon, I don't care, all right? if I go into a butcher shop and tell and can they cut that meat for me? If they can, what do I tell them to get it? And if they can't, do you know where I could get it? Because there's no importing fucking bacon across the Atlantic, unfortunately.
And if it's in Ontario, you will get on a plane and you will go.
Because there's nothing I miss more than that. Like I even had like if you're from Britain, there's a nearby grocery store that sells Iron Brew, and I had some Iron Brew today because they had those cans, you know, like so. There's certain like things from home that I can get, but bacon, no bacon. So like holy shit, I want that so bad. Anyway, there we go.
I'm from the UK. It's just standard bacon, streaky, or back bacon.
They have back bacon at the store, and it's not the same. So maybe it's the smoking way that they do with Danish bacon. Maybe it's got less to do with the cut, and it's more to do with the smoking. I don't know, the flavoring.
American bacon is belly. English is loin.
Maybe that's it then.
You have to ask for bacon in a British accent.
Anyway, sorry. Continue, Lily, with the question.
And congratulations on your third child.
Congratulations. I went with the bacon first. All right. Show me up there, love.
Priorities. My questions are a matter of perspective, of course, but being that I trust your perspective, it's something I would find extremely valuable to hear you talk about. I found that as a solo developer, I've had to make logical constellations to my game as a result of my not having enough hours in the day to do what I want. Did I say that right?
Logical. Yeah, constellation. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Working with the UE4 engine is beautiful in that I don't really need to make major constellations in regards to actual graphics, but the visuals pose a whole new problem. I find that a lot of games gamble on where they will try and make constellations. For example, stock sounds stand out like a sore thumb, recycled NPCs without any explanation, etc. Can you talk about some instances where these constellations drastically impacted your experience in games?
Witcher 3. Let's talk more about Witcher 3. So
let's. Why even make them?
Yeah, why? We'll just drip it out over the streams. Reused NPCs are a real big problem in Witcher 1 and 3. Not so much in Witcher 2. In Witcher 1, it's charming. This is almost word for word from the script. In Witcher 1, it's charming, and it's kind of like a low-budget stage play sort of thing with the same kind of actor coming out and playing multiple roles. It's really, really charming. Not charming in Witcher 3. In Witcher 3, it's really fucking dumb, and it really annoys me, and there's a whole section devoted to it, so get ready to hold on to your silver swords, because it's fucking happening, you know? Like, yeah, really, really bothers me. But it only bothers me because it's a AAA game. Like I said, it's okay in Witcher 1 because it's cute, you know, like this is the best they could do, and they had a shoestring budget, and the game is still really fucking impressive despite that, you know what I mean? So it's like it's fine, it's acceptable. So I'm right there with you, like it can be quite a big detriment, but I think most people know and will understand, you know, based on the size, the dev team. It should really only be the price of the game, but even dev team is something that they find acceptable. But yeah, I've looked into how much money it would be to make the game that I want to make, and what concessions I would have to make, and the visuals kind of variety, I guess, is one of them. That's a big one. You know, the visuals dictate quite a lot about when it comes to making a game, and you would think that pixel art would be the easiest and cheapest choice, but it's not always, you know, it's not always the easiest choice at all, and it can be tricky to do to pick the right one, especially when you're also learning about game design and putting things together at the same time. So yeah, I think that it's a big problem, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. If you're a solo developer and you're working on your first game, and you are Joker card. What's this? And you are hoping to oh god, sorry, I got distracted there. And you're hoping to be successful with it, you know what I mean? Like you're hoping to go like okay, everyone wants to be successful. Sorry, I'm rambling a little bit. If you want to do as well with it as you possibly can with your own like solo experience and your own solo perspective, you know what I mean, then I think that you should try to not worry too much about your visuals, and you should focus on having a really good and unique gameplay hook. And it usually pushes you toward like a puzzle sort of thing, like a neat little puzzle concept, like Baba Is You, or there's this one on Twitter that I'm following right now where I don't know the name of it, but he's got a system in place where it's like Baba Is You, you're pushing blocks, but you have to arrange blocks in such a way that you can go inside the blocks, and the blocks have miniature levels in themselves, so you can push a block into a hole in another same size block that now shrinks down into that block, and you have to make paths within the levels within the blocks. And if that sounds kind of crazy and not very explained very well, that's my own problem. It's, if you see it on their like their previews and everything, it makes perfect sense. So it's like it's cool, like it's a neat idea. So it's harder to do something like that with combat, or with a progression system, because you just need so goddamn much content and art assets to go along with it. So that's what I would think that you should go for. However, if you're willing to put a lot of time into learning how to be an artist, and assuming that you're not one already, and you can get there, like you can put as much time as you want into it, like look at what Eric Brown did with Stardew Valley, right? And he's not the only one, look what I can't remember his name because I'm just completely awful now. The guy who made Return to Obra Dinn and Papers, Please, that's mostly all him, Or you can make something with just a lot of stock art and placeholder art, and then slowly fill in the gaps by contracting the art pieces out over time instead of having to get it all done at once. And you can still do all of the game design parts and everything, so you can get through that. Like there are options, but stock sound effects really stick out, and I used to really get annoyed by them, but now it's kind of charming and endearing to notice it. It's like, okay, yeah, nice. Like I noticed there's a scream that is used in Dungeon Keeper that it probably wasn't even used in Dungeon Keeper the first time, and it's kind of cute to notice that you associate sounds with where you heard it first, even though that's probably not where it was first used. You know what I mean? Like the Wilhelm scream has become a meme that you'll notice in a lot of movies, and Blizzard specifically puts it in I think every single trailer that they ever make. So it can be endearing in a certain way, but yeah, it's going to depend on how people perceive your budget, and if it should have unique art assets for every single thing that's in the game. But as we can see from Witcher 3, that sometimes people will tolerate that no matter what, and it's game of the year, oh my god, best game ever, even though it has some of these problems that you're pointing out. And there's no way that people would just be have favoritism for that kind of game, right, and overlook something that they would in another game. There's no way that could happen, right? So yeah, there's no danger there. I feel like I got a little off track here, and I think there was another part of your question, so just give me a 1 second to read it back again. Yeah, you mentioned that you don't really need to make major constellations regarding the actual graphics. Is that because of the engine, or maybe you have experience? Maybe someone I said there was a waste on you. Sorry about that. I'm trying to think of another area where reuse stuff stuck out to me. I feel like sometimes games go for memes, and the memes stick out too, and it's only somewhat related to it, but it's relevant in this game too. Like the trolley bomb that they have, which is like literal face, that kind of sticks out, and that kind of pulls me out of the experience. When a lot of games have lots of memes and references to, like, I know I'm guilty of doing some referential humor myself, especially on stream. I try really hard not to do it in videos, but sometimes something comes along that I just can't resist. But referential humor doesn't really appeal to me much anymore. I think it has to be like ultra specific for me to really appreciate it now. I'm just kind of tired of it. And some games are just non-stop references with characters and the names of things, and Star Wars is a big one. There's always like kind of like a play on Star Wars characters and Star Wars things, and it's kind of like I don't know. So that's kind of tangentially related to what you're saying, but I don't think there's one that. I guess enemies are a big one, you know, when games just throw the same enemies over at you again and again and again. But that's not more of a visual problem, it's a filler problem. So I look at filler as in, like in Mario, in 1-1 Mario, right? In the original Mario Brothers. So I look at filler as the game's pretty much making you do the same thing again with very little changes and no significant variety on the concept. And you'd be surprised once you start looking at games like this how many games actually do this and try to get away with it, you know. So if you think of 1-1 in Mario, like imagine if 1-2 or 3-1 was, you know, exactly the same as 1-1, only the enemies were just ever so slightly different, and you know the blocks were ever so slightly different, like just a couple pixels to the right or to the left, you know. Like that's just filler at that point to me. And to put into more modern games, it's like if you were to have the same sort of structure of enemy corridors or enemy battle rooms like in a game like Doom, and you know it's pretty much the exact same room and it's spawning the exact same enemies in the same kind of way, that's when a game switches over to filler for me. And having very low enemy variety is something that will exacerbate that problem really heavily. And sometimes it's, even if you do change up the setting and the arenas that you're fighting in, it doesn't matter anymore. And that's when games like Neo and to some extent even Sekiro can start to feel really samey and bring it down. And that gets into the same area as the reused NPCs, because it's just the same thing over and over and over again because they just didn't have the budget for a lot of different enemies. So I think that's another problem too. And most games with combat have that problem, I think. But yeah, filler is a buzzword for some people, and they don't fully understand it. But it's like, yeah, I never expect, and nor should anyone expect, you know, every single part of a game to be 100%, you know, new content. Like you could look at Celeste and think, okay, well, it reuses some of those mechanics and systems, you know, over multiple levels. You know, is that filler? And to me, Celeste is one of the ones that always does it in a different way. You know, I don't think there's ever been a point in Celeste, or I can't think of it, so if it is, it does it rarely, where they're asking you to do the same thing, you know, exactly the same thing again and again and again. It's always a new arrangement, and that's where I look at the things like they become like equations, mathematical equations to me. It's like, how can we scramble the order of the jump, the dash, the moving blocks, the void rectangles, you know, that sort of thing. And that's how I enjoy it. But someone in chat just brought up Bloodborne chalices and chalice dungeons, and I really like the Bloodborne chalice dungeons. So there is a way to do it when you become more like a, why can't this open? When it becomes more like a roguelike sort of structure. Like this game technically has a lot of filler. It just has a lot of different variables to scramble it all. Child's Heart or Child Leash, chat? Which one should we do? It just has more variables to get in the way of that, and the game just kind of rearranges and designs itself. You know what I mean? You need to have one heart less again. Okay, that's good. So that's a way that you can use that to your advantage. So that's another example too of how you can get away with having low asset variety. But this is a bad example of that, because this does not have low asset variety at all. But this is a game that was made with a bigger budget than most indie games, and it's had a lot of DLC and a lot of refinement. I don't know what this game was like in terms of asset variety when it first came out, so maybe that would be a better example. But even then, I think it'd probably be a good example, because Macmillan made this in like a couple of weeks, didn't he? After Meat Boy, I believe. Yeah. Anyway, I've rambled enough. I hope that's something for you. I'm always surprised when someone who's making games says they can get something out of the videos, and I hope that they continue to do that for you at least a little bit.
Just scroll for me. On a similar note, without wasting a lot of your time getting too deep into details, I'm trying to flesh out a combat system that isn't overly edgy but also doesn't fall flat. The game is third person with a lot of the combat involving guns, though combat is only 1/4 of the game, with the other 3 pillars already strong and not requiring additional attention. The game is not based on its combat system, but it's a necessity that will leave the game feeling empty without enough attention. You pick up a gun and right-click over the shoulder. Aiming leads to a relatively lackluster experience, but that's what I've got. some Max Payne style bullet time, some dodges and shit, but ultimately it feels the same. I'm thinking that really this could work, but it would have to be clean and natural feeling. What do you look for in a combat system that keeps it fluid without having to be groundbreaking? In my opinion, animations that take control of your character, pausing for healing, the whole VATS thing, all these examples ruin combat for me. What ruins combat for you?
Yeah, I'm right with you there. Those ruin combat for me, for sure. Should take the page of the heart chat. Yeah, those really ruin combat for me. Anything that takes away control of my character for significant amounts of time. Again, let's talk about Witcher 3. So the fact that you have to switch between different modes of play in Witcher 3 reminds me of the first Final Fantasy MMO, where you'd be walking around and then suddenly it's combat time and your character would have to play this animation and the circle would spawn around you and the enemy, and it's like dun 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 dun, like that sort of thing. Not really a big fan of that, and that's kind of how Witcher 3 kind of feels, where it's constantly switching you between these two modes, and you're done with combat and now you have to wait for the combat cooldown timer to be over before you can finally start looting the enemies that you just killed, because it won't let you loot while you're in combat. And are you in combat or are you not when you're hitting spacebar, and suddenly you're dodging, sometimes you're jumping, sometimes you're not, that sort of thing really pulls me out of the experience. So I shouldn't pick on Witcher 3 that much, but yeah, anything that takes you out of that and takes control away from you for significant amounts of time, even if it doesn't have that mode change kind of thing for playing. But I would say that it's not a big problem in the game like Doom, when there's like a quick execute animation, and same in Witcher 3. Like when Witcher 3 does the quick executes at the end, they can feel pretty good, but sometimes I can get the other way. I really don't like the really long parry animations and backstab animations in something like Code Vein, but it also gets annoying in Dark Souls. You're playing Dark Souls, and usually whenever I parry a Black Knight in Dark Souls now, I know I have enough time to pick up my glass and have a big gulp of water for how long it takes for that to play out. So it almost makes me not want to use the backstab or parry, because it's going to make combat longer, even though it's supposed to make things be a big reward. It's almost like it's too much of a break in the gameplay flow, I guess. But to answer your question, the other part of your question, which is making a simple combat system out of or a relatively simple combat system, something that's refined out of a third-person system with maybe not too many mechanics. You brought up Max Payne, and Max Payne is just such a good example of something that is pretty much bog standard now in terms of gameplay, but is just such an elegant game that they put together, built around one thing, and that's the bullet time. It's kind of amazing how good Max Payne is, and I'm talking about the first one. The second one has a little bit more, but we're talking mostly about the first one. We're not done, huh? Okay. I'm talking mostly about the first one. Okay, so Max Payne, if you haven't played it, is basically a game that came out somewhat after The Matrix came out, and it had bullet time, and you could slow things down and aim your shots, and that's fine. That's all right. It looks impressive. It's fun. But what really sells Max Payne for me, and the second game does this better because it doesn't take time juice to use, is the forward dive or the backward dive. So do you know that scene in The Matrix where Neo is like jumping forward, and he goes pretty much prone. He does a midair plank, and he's like firing as he's falling through the air in slow motion. Max Payne 1 and 2 makes you be able to do that, and that to me is the whole game. And I'm really interested in games that put you into committed states. So this is something I learned about myself when I was writing scripts about The Messenger and Celeste. What I really enjoy in games are, there's like two sides of gameplay that I really enjoy. And the first side is something that's like Bayonetta and Devil May Cry, that has a lot of freedom in how you can express yourself through combat mechanics. To some extent God of War, the new God of War as well. To some extent Dark Souls. but less in Dark Souls than the other ones. Dark Souls is a whole other kind of nuanced topic, but you can express yourself. There's a lot of options, there's a lot of creativity. Usually these games aren't really that difficult, and they allow you to be more proactive with your play and make a lot of chained decisions that you go through yourself. But then there are games on the other side that are like Celeste and The Messenger that have a resting state. And I'm really sorry I'm boring you to tears, Lily. So you have a resting state where she's smiling. You have a resting state which is so a resting state that is usually in a platformer is when you are on the ground and not moving. So you can see this kind of resting state to active state in a game like Mario. So in Mario 1, 2, especially 3 in Super Mario World, your resting state is standing, not moving, and then you can get into this run where you just hold Y, hold right, and you just jump, and you never stop, and you get through the whole level, like going through everything like that, and that is like a flow combo state. And there's games that have come out since then that have embraced that. So Super Meat Boy has it where you just don't stop. You just in this constant chain of reacting and going through the levels and just boom, 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 boom. And then The Messenger has it with you are in the air. How long can you keep yourself in the air for? And you're going through all these chains with the hook shot and the cloud step and hitting enemies, and how long can you stay there? And then Celeste does it too with how can you chain these moves together without having to land and getting your dash back. You're going from one air dash into another, into the bubble, into all this sort of stuff. So those are the two sides of gameplay that I'm really interested in right now. And Max Payne has the smallest version of the second type, which is that you go from the passive stationary state into the active state, the combo state, when you leap forward in midair. And it's so simple, but yet it works so well. It activates something in my brain that's like, yeah, fuck yeah, this is so good, which is that you are moving, your character is committed to this jump, your reticle is always changing, so you have this little mini challenge of trying to keep your shots steady and time them properly. And there's even travel time for the shots, if I remember correctly, in bullet time in that game, while also trying to maximize the effectiveness of those shots by going for headshots on the enemies, while also committing yourself to the recovery after that, or maximizing that couple seconds of gameplay. That's really interesting, and Max Payne does it so well. It does it even better than, I would say, like Halo. Halo has this thing where I remember watching a documentary about how Halo is built around 15-second gameplay. Every single battle is the same 15 seconds. You run in, you get into the fight, you shoot as many enemies as you possibly can while avoiding their attacks. Your shield breaks, you run for cover, you get back out there, and you do the same 15 seconds again. It's just that same 15 seconds over and over and over again, with a little bit more variety in the enemies that it throws at you, the weapons that they have, how those enemies that they attack, are they the flood that lunge at you, or are they just the monsters that shoot at you, the aliens that shoot at you? Are there vehicles around? Are there enemies in the sky? Are there, what does the background in the arena that look like that you're fighting in? Are there areas you can jump in? It's just that same 15 seconds over and over and over again. And Max Payne kind of does that in a very simple way with that slow-mo lunge that just feels so great to do every single time. So I really like the Max Payne series for that. So if you could find a way to capture that, if that's the reality of your game dev situation when it comes to being able to put something together, then I think that's a perfect place to start. But yeah, for a third-person shooter, Control had some... God, it was called Control, right? It wasn't called In Control or anything. The game we just played on stream a couple weeks ago had some cool ideas that I don't think would be that too hard to implement. The launch ability was probably the hardest one, with the grabbing items with your telekinetic powers. That probably was really hard to get working properly, but maybe not. Maybe I'm overestimating that. But the shield and like the mechanics of that, of being able to throw and everything, it might not look as flashy, but that seems like a pretty simple system to me, and the game didn't capitalize on that nearly as much. And wow, this game just got a whole lot harder. So yeah, I would focus on trying to make, if you're looking for combat, you said it's like a quarter of your game. Well, depending on how long your game is, if your game is 20 hours, that's 5 hours of content where you're in combat. So that's not too bad, actually. That doesn't have to be super refined. A lot of people can put up with say average combat for 5 hours. You know, it's not too bad of a problem. But if your game is supposed to be longer than that, or if it's supposed to be something that you can replay over and over and over again, then you should try to make that as good as you possibly can. You should try to make it as good as you possibly can anyway, you know what I mean? But try and find like a simple gameplay hook that's really elegant and works well. And unfortunately I can't give you any examples because I want to keep them all for myself. No, because if like it's the $1 million question, you know what I mean? Like those ideas are difficult to come up with, because if they were easy they would have already been made. But if you're struggling for some ideas, I hardly recommend going into some game jams, participating in game jams, or just play game jam games to see what people are just throwing at the wall to see what sticks. There's some really cool ideas in a lot of different game jams that you can see, and take your own spin on it and see what you can think of it. And that's it. That's all I can say. And I hope those are decent enough answers. I think Bryce had some short questions too, right? You still with us, Lily?
I'm still here.
You're still here? You're hanging on?
Don't ask me to paraphrase what you just said.
Okay.
But you know, I'm still here.
What's new, pussycat? Whoa. What's new, pussycat? Alright, so this one. Oh, we killed him. Alright, rip. Alright, cool. Let's kill.
Short questions. My kind of short questions.
Okay.
I personally prefer Octonauts over Paw Patrol for some reason, but it seems that my
it's
kids...
this question.
Yes.
Oh, fuck yes.
It seems that my kids...
This is not a short question.
Neither of them are.
This is not a short question. I don't
I'm
even
feeling
care.
quite heated about the second one already.
I don't even care. Let's go. Let's go.
I personally prefer Octonauts over Paw Patrol for some reason, but it seems that my kids couldn't care less what I think most of the time. Do you have a kids show that you enjoy more than the others?
Okay, so Octonauts, Paw Patrol is mostly the bread and butter for Finn and Leo, but they also like some YouTube stuff as well. Octonauts is pretty decent. Octonauts is kind of like a kid version of Subnautica. I'm not even kidding. I think it came out way before Subnautica did, so maybe the Subnautica devs got inspired a little bit by Octonauts. Maybe it was on, you know, like, yeah. Octonauts has this thing where they every single episode they have a problem, but they also learn about like a creature that actually exists, and they do this song at the end that's really catchy, and the creature report. Creature report. Creature report.
They do watch it sometimes.
And they do that. Octonauts at ease until the next adventure. Yeah, it's pretty good. Like Octonauts is actually decent. It looks pretty good too. I think yeah, it's Paw Patrol. I think Paw Patrol's actually all right. There are some problems which I think we're about to get into because it's linked to your next question. I think Paw Patrol's all right. I hate Blippi. I hate He That Shall Not Be Named, that we're not going to say. We said that in another stream one time, and we're never saying it again. He That Shall Not Be Named will not be named. Hate Blippi. Genevieve's Playhouse is all right, but I mean, like, I'm.
These are YouTube though.
Yeah, these are YouTube. Like, I hate them, but it's like they're for kids. I'm supposed to hate them. If I liked them, there'd be something wrong with me. But yeah, I hate Blippi so fucking much.
Super Wings.
Super Wings is really dumb. I hate Super Wings.
Yoo-Hoo to the Rescue.
I hate Yoo-Hoo to the Rescue. Yoo-Hoo to the Rescue. That's the one that has all the Danganronpa voice actors in it, is Yoo-Hoo to the Rescue. The 2B voices a character in that. You have no idea how surreal it is to be sitting in the room downstairs, and then all of a sudden I hear 2B and fucking Makoto from Danganronpa, like, just trying to solve mysteries on the TV. I'm like, well, what the hell is going the fuck on here? Death. All right, it's just so surreal.
I have two that I like. I like Puffin Rock.
Puffin Rock's pretty good.
It's very mellow. It's so chill. And I like Furchester. The Furchester Hotel.
Oh, you like the Furchester Hotel?
Because I like the Catastrophe song.
Which is Elmo at Sesame Street. A Furchester catastrophe. We need to fix a catastrophe. We put it in a catastrophe. This simply cannot last. Catastrophe. What a catastrophe. Yeah. That one's pretty good.
That was fun.
Yeah. But Paw Patrol's okay.
It's with Elmo and Cookie Monster. It's like Elmo's gone to live in the UK with his uncle or something and his cousin.
What's to be is in Yoo-Hoo to the Rescue, which is a 3D version of a show called Yoo-Hoo and Friends, and I'm pretty sure one of the voices of like another Danganronpa actor is in Yoo-Hoo and Friends, but isn't in Yoo-Hoo to the Rescue. All right, so you might want to look that up on the Wikipedia and see what they're in. But yeah, they're in You to the Rescue. Let's find some friends and let's explore. So much more. I hate You to the Rescue.
Super Wings is worse.
Oh, Super Wings is so dumb. I said to Finn, it's more like the Stupid Wings, and he gets really upset while I'm laughing. More like the Stupid Wings. Yeah, so yes, Super Wings. My awesome airplane friends that come to help me whenever I need them. Like, it's the same thing every single goddamn episode. Like the Super Wings, you know, like, first of all, who's paying for this shipping, you know? Like, it's the world's airport with these fucking anime jets that are like delivering Billy's Halloween mask that costs $2 from Amazon Prime. Like, who's paying for the shipping for this anime airplane mech to come and deliver this shit to you, kid? And then when they get there, there's always a problem for them to solve, and then Jet has to call back and be like, hey, we need your help, and he's like, oh, what should we send this time? Like why don't you just send the backup? Like, it happens every single time. There's an episode where they're like, oh no, how are we gonna get across the lava that just erupted from this volcano? You can fly. You're a plane. Just fly over it. What are you doing? It's like you're teaching bad logic to my kid. Like, you can fly. Just fly over it. What the? Oh, we need to get some water. Let's fly to the beach and get some water. Like, what are you doing? Like, anyway, sorry. Yeah. I like Charlie. Charlie's pretty good.
Oh, that one's good too.
Charlie Colorform City on Netflix. That one's pretty good, because it teaches emotions with colors, which I think is a difficult. It teaches shapes too, but it teaches emotions with colors, which I think is a difficult concept for a kid to have. Like, color me blue, I'm sad. Color me purple. You know, that sort of thing.
We've used them actually. I said to him before, trying to put a word on how he was feeling. We've used the colors.
Joe, listen. What? Go back to that room and bomb the rock at the 6 o'clock. What room? What room?
I showed him some Looney Tunes stuff. He didn't take to it.
This one?
And I was really sad. And I showed him Mickey and Minnie, and we watched it for like a whole afternoon. And it was really funny for me, but I think it kind of went over his head a little bit. He didn't get it. So maybe in a year or two we can try again. But I tried Winnie the Pooh, but we could only find the older ones, like from when I was a kid. We couldn't find anything recent, and he didn't take to that either, so.
You to the rescue. Anyway, there's another part of this question, yeah, which I feel very strongly about if it's what I'm thinking of.
My adult life has spent countless hours listening to Ryder summon the Paw Patrol to save Chickaletta from whatever bullshit Adventure Bay finds itself in that day. That motherfucker Ryder always casts shade on Zuma like he's the runt of the litter, and it's not right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Captain Turbot and Wally are stranded on an iceberg.
Fucking preach it, Bryce. Fucking
Chase,
preach it.
Get your boat out there and get them. Chase is involved in every rescue.
Bothers me so much.
And he, as an aside, Bryce, I hear about this a lot.
Yeah,
he said this a lot.
This bothers me so much.
Chase is involved in every rescue, but the others are just like his band members. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers? Nah, more like Chase and the Paw Patrol. Anyway, I was just wondering if you think Ryder plays Fave Pup. Absolutely.
Absolutely. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna be a little controversial right now. Do you think it's a coincidence that the one that's snubbed is also the only dog that's black? I think Paw Patrol is a little racist.
He's also not the run. Isn't Rubble the youngest one?
Rubble's the youngest one.
So shouldn't he be the baby of the litter that he should like?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He's what, a chocolate lab?
Yep.
Zuma?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
So I'd keep the luck of the draw of the heart, chat. Do I keep luck of the draw of the heart? Okay. He hears us talking about Paw Patrol. Yeah. It really bothers me that it's always Chase. It bothers me so much that they they have all these episodes where they go in the water and there's all these things they need to do in the water, and Zuma is the water dog. He's the water pup, and they still don't ask him to do things. It bothers me almost as much that the girl dog gets snubbed too. It's just the other 4 boy dogs are just always cycling with Chase, and Zuma and Sky get stuck doing nothing. Sky can fly. She has a helicopter. How in what world is there ever a problem where they will not need a helicopter? Like, oh no, there's a fire, or you know, like there's someone's missing their cat. All right, well, let's get the fucking helicopter out there and start fucking searching for it. There's no any time ever that we can fucking not use the helicopter, you know what I mean? It just and then there's like later on all of the pups get boats and sorry, spoilers, they get upgrades as the seasons go on. All of the pups get like a water version, so Zuma's even more redundant now. And then later on all the pups get airplane versions of their cars, so like fucking like now Sky's redundant too, you know. It's like it's so bad. It's just like let's just find ways for Chase, Marshall, Rubble, and you know, even Rocky's kind of sidelined sometimes to just fucking like just have those 3 do the same thing, you know. Like, oh fucking hell, it bothers me so much. And you know what bothers me even more? Chickaletta. This is linked to your other question, Bryce. Chickaletta with the fucking like sound effect, this chicken sound effect that she has every single time. Can I find it? It's this, whenever Chickaletta is on screen, they always use the same fucking sound effect. They don't even change it. It's like it's the same thing no matter what's going on. Chickaletta's in trouble. Chickaleta's happy. Chickaletta's getting eaten by a fucking Groot. It's just every single fucking time. Chickaletta balking sound. Chickaletta sound. Paw Patrol best friends. Chickaletta. Oh man, can I even find this? It's gonna make the thing get copyright striked. Never mind. It's just every single time they only have one sound effect for Chickaletta. Why don't, like, she's in every episode? Why don't they have another sound effect for the fucking chicken? Why does the mayor have a chicken? What does the mayor even do? Was she even elected? I don't understand. It seems like Ryder is like Iron Man the early years. I don't understand how this kid has this much coin, and you know, has all these bases all around the world where he has his slave pups that he just puts through these grueling ordeals, you know, for him to get, you know, most of the tax money, while he keeps Mayor Goodway in office and her fucking chicken out of the deep fat fryer. Like, I don't get it. It bothers me so much. You have no idea that they don't let Zuma go out in the sea missions, and they don't use Sky more often because, you know, when would they not want to have her fly? Anyway, yeah, but I'm done. I'm taking it down now. I'm done. Gonna be here all night ranting about Paw Patrol.
Can you come see him for a minute?
Sure. Can you come in?
Would you like to come see you and have a hug?
Sure, I can pause this. You can come in.
Okay.
Hi, Finn. You still awake?
Yeah.
So the sleep problems that we spoke about earlier, Finn is pretty much confirmed to have them too, unfortunately, or a different version of them. Say hello.
Hello.
Hello. What do you think of Paw Patrol? Who's the best on Paw Patrol?
Hey.
Exactly. See? That's what they want you to think. Who else do you like on Paw Patrol?
Marshall.
Oh, I see. Exactly what they want you to think. Chase and Marshall. Yeah. Who else? Rubble. See? Wow. Who else?
Ty.
Sky?
Yeah.
Sky's pretty good, right?
Yeah,
And Rocky.
Yeah. And Everest.
And Everest.
Yeah.
Oh, who haven't you said?
2, and Mommy's favorite is one of them.
Oh, he said Everest.
Did you say Everest?
You
I
said
missed
Everest.
Everest.
Who haven't you said?
There's 2 missing, right?
Yeah, there's 2 missing. Who are the other 2?
Zuma and Tracker.
There you go. Zuma and Tracker. Good job. What does Rubble say?
I don't know.
What does Rubble say? Or what does Chase say?
I don't know.
says Chase is on the case.
It's okay.
What does Rubble say?
A chicken.
What is Rubble scared of?
Spiders.
Rubble's scared of spiders, you're right. What is Chase scared of?
A dentist.
He's scared of the dentist, you're right. What is Sky scared of?
Eagle.
She's scared of eagles. What is Marshall scared of?
Flying.
Yeah, he's scared of flying, you're right. Yeah. It's fine. Alright, so you can't get to sleep?
No.
No, you can't get to sleep? No. Do you want to sing the Paw Patrol song? How does the Paw Patrol song go? Paw Patrol, whenever you're in trouble. Paw Patrol, they'll be there on the double. Who's next? Marshall, Chase, Rubble, Rocky, Zuma, Sky. They're on the way. Paw Patrol, whenever you're in trouble. No job too big, no pup too small. Paw Patrol on a roll. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Good job. Good job. Good job. Okay, you have to go back to sleep, kid.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No.
Is it bedtime?
No.
No, it's not.
No.
Should you stay up? No.
Nah.
No.
Nah.
No.
Nah.
No.
Nah.
No. No. No.
Nah. Nah.
I think you're very sleepy.
No, I'm not sleepy.
But your eyes look very sleepy.
No.
Your eyes look sleepy. Mommy's
No.
right.
No.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Why don't you go lie in your and you go try? Okay, go lie down, and we'll be done soon. And I'll come see if you're awake. Okay?
I wait.
I know you are now.
Is Leo asleep?
No.
Yeah, Leo's sleeping.
Yeah.
Is baby Kate asleep? Yeah. Is mommy asleep?
No.
Is daddy asleep?
No.
Is Finn asleep?
No.
No. Are the dogs asleep?
No.
Maybe Finn should be asleep.
No.
No. Okay.
We'll come check on you soon.
You go with mommy, okay? You go with mommy, and then we'll come and get you soon, okay? Does that sound good?
No.
Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Give me a smooch. Thank you. Go with mommy, okay? Good boy.
Mommy. I can't sleep.
I know. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Alright, sorry about that. I know some of you think Finn and our interactions are cute, but I also know some of you really don't like them, and you know, no one finds your kids interesting as your own, but it's just the reality of how we do these right now, that they're going to be Finterruptions. So sorry about that. To end Bryce's part of the Q&A, there was a message at the end that said, if anyone wants to make game reviewing their job... Oh, this is just flattery for me. I shouldn't read this out. Lily should read it. And oh, okay. I don't take compliments well, and this is a nice comment. If anyone wants to make game reviewing their job, then I think they should consider your channel the standard, which is a ridiculous standard, but I would settle for nothing less. I think you've created an expectation of quality that I can stand behind and respect. There is a small community within the gaming community on YouTube that I believe you're at the forefront of. That's what I want to thank you for, and that's why I want to be a long-term patron. You're fucking good at this, and you should be proud of that. Thanks, Joe. Well, thank you very much for saying so, Bryce, and I will just graciously say thank you, and I hope I can continue to live up to that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Goddamn L is sitting in the way. What? Uh-oh, is this a Binding of Isaac thing? Have I been making very suboptimal plays throughout this, and Chad is angry at me? Hey, you got 1 million views on Twitch? Yeah, we did. Yep. Yeah, it's more difficult to get views on Twitch than it is on YouTube, I think. So it means quite a bit. I'm way behind on saying thank you, so thank you to Isocried for the 200 bits. How goes Home Alone Simulator? Show love to... What? I think that's something to do with Binding of Isaac, but I'm not sure. I can't remember what you were saying back then. Maybe it was something else. Sorry, Isocried. It was been too long since this came through because we were answering questions and we got so much into it. So apologies for that. You were doing bad plays, but I'm complaining about something else. Oh, sorry. David on Twitch is resubscribed for 7 months with a message. Hello David on Twitch. Thank you very much for 7 month resub. Hopefully you're still here. That was about an hour ago. We're late saying these. Thank you Ethereal Seth for the 125 bits. Lily, does Joe have good hygiene? Does he get stinky when he is working? Well, Lily's not here, so I can answer whatever I want, and I will answer honestly. When I'm working, yeah, sometimes my hygiene could be better. You know, like I'm a fairly clean person, especially even when I'm working. I fanatically wash my hands. I'm a very big on hand washing, but yeah, there are times where, you know, I'm working that I won't have my daily shower, and I feel bad about that. And yeah, I will admit it. I will admit it. Lily's back, and we're just gonna smoothly move along. Thank you to Snuggles for gifting out 5 subs to the chat. So welcome to the Dragon's Den, to the Cringe Cafe, the Cringe Crew, to Zoro the Fesh, Dacta. I feel like I've said thank you to Dacta once before. Welcome. Orlando and Disraeli 6. And also a 7 month resub to Varvareth, who was a part of this gift bomb. So thank you very much, Snuggles. Oh, Snuggles gifted out another 5 after this. Between it's a Snuggles and Some Dumbass sandwich. You know, Some Dumbass resubbed in the middle of the 2 sub bombs. So once again, welcome Zara the Fesh, Dacta, Orlando Do, Disraeli 6, and resub to Varvara. Thank you, Snuggles. And then another 5 from Snuggles to Flexin. Oh man, the Binding of Isaac backseater, a gift to Flexin. Tall Charlie, Pyroman 15. Here's to Taste Buds. Yeah, here's to Taste Buds. Pretty good, right? Where would you be without Taste Buds?
That's true.
It's true. Yeah. And Gromislaw 2137. Thank you very much, Snuggles. 10 gifted subs. Holy shit. Thank you very much. And thank you to Some Dumbass for the 7 month resub in the middle of that. Damn it, Joe. Get at it. I haven't really seen him doing much. I'm just kind of reading chat a little bit. You can continue on, Flexin. Don't feel bad. Thank you for a 7 month resub, Some Dumbass. Thank you to Keegan Loses for the 8 month resub. Always good to say your name, Keegan Loses. Happy almost Thanksgiving. Yeah, it's 10 days away. Something like that? Yeah. We're going to make a turkey. I'm going to make the Thanksgiving turkey, and then Lily this year, for the first time, is going to make the Christmas turkey. She's going to try. Usually I'm the turkey cooker, but yeah, so wish us luck. Thank you, Keegan Loses. The Canadian Thanksgiving is earlier, than the American one. Thank you, Valker. I think it's Valker. It's V4LKURE, Valker, for the 2 month resub. I made it to a live stream. They're normally 6 in the morning for me, so getting to hang live is pretty cool. You're doing a good job, Joe. Thanks, Valker. We're trying. It's probably the worst stream that we've done, maybe ever, tonight, because the kids are crying out in the background and there are more interruptions. So sorry about that, but we're trying our best, and this is kind of how it is for now. It's going to be like this for a while, actually, for the Q&As. It's the only way to do it. If we wait for them to all to fall asleep, we are not going to get any sleep. Finn is not a good sleeper at all, so it's not on the cards. And baby Kate could wake up at any time, right?
I just checked on her. She's fine. She's sleeping.
That's just the way it is, man. But thank you for saying so, and for the resub. And there's 2 more on my list, I think. Unoctium. I struggle every time. For the 4 month resub with 1/3 of the year in the waifu warehouse. Do you know what? I remembered one. I don't say much anymore. The Lizard Lounge.
Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah.
The Winter Wyverns. Or
they're all coming back to you.
When we're playing Code Vein, Welcome to the Trash Can.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. When they were subbing with Prime with the code name, I was saying welcome to trash time. Thank you, Ununoctium118 again for the 4-3 sub, and thank you last but not least to 003D for the 100 bits. What shows, movies, and games that you watched as a kid are you excited to show your kids? Oh man, that's a hard question. Lots and lots of games, especially from the Super Nintendo era, but as for movies and TV shows, not so much TV shows, but I would really like to watch a lot of the Disney stuff, the Lion King, Aladdin, and the animated ones now, not the new ones. I haven't even seen the new ones. But a big one for me is going to be like Jurassic Park when they're older. I really loved Jurassic Park when I was a kid, and some action movies as well. Yeah, I think those ones. And to watch them stumble through Dark Souls. Oh, 2 more just came in here. Also, apologies if anyone subbed or gave some bits and I didn't say thank you, because sometimes my list bugs out and they're just gone forever. This should be a reliable list. I should probably hire someone to find a way to make it, to just draw it from chat. There's probably a way to do that without having to share my sub list, so I should try and see if maybe there's a program that already exists for that and puts it in a text file instead of what Streamlabs does, because it fails too much. So thank you to Weck is on fire, or Weck is on fire, for the 4-3 sub with the message GM, which I think is good morning. Thank you very much for the 4-3 sub, Weck is on fire. Hope you're doing well. And thank you Snuggles for the 24-month tier 3 resub with the message Ace, gifted 10 subs out and then resubbed himself into the 2-year club. Thank you, Snuggles.
Thanks, Snuggles.
Exceedingly generous of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please enjoy the 2-year chat icon. Thank you. Holy crap. Thank you so much.
Gifted a lot of subs.
And he gifted another sub to Firebug 170 for 2 months. 2-month resub for Firebug via Snuggles. A snuggly sub? No?
I'm trying to think.
Too cute?
I think we use Snuggles fabric softener. It just popped into my head. I'm pretty sure it's Snuggles. It smells amazing.
Okay. Anyway, let's take 1 or 2 questions from chat and then we'll go back to Patreon, and it looks like we're gonna have to continue this next week again and finish it next week, because we had too much of a slow start, and yeah, and we still have a couple pages to go through. If we could push through tonight, we could get it done, but Lily you have an appointment tomorrow, right? Mm-hmm. So you can't stay up too late.
No, we do a little bit more, but we can't stay up till 5 in the morning.
Yeah. So what is a question from chat?
How do you deal with things like race and nationality, or is it something that's best not to bring up? With the kids?
The kids? Yeah, with the kids. It hasn't really come up, has it?
No.
Like, we're quite isolated here, so
I've described, like, we have this toy globe, and there's different countries on it, and it talks about different animals that are in different parts of the world, and it plays music and stuff. And so I've tried talking to him about how the world is really big, and how there's, different people live in different parts of the world, and we all look different from each other, right? And they speak different languages, because sometimes something he'll want to watch too will come up on YouTube, and it'll be Spanish or French, what's the word?
Subtitles?
No, it's like done over. It's dubbed. Is it dubbed?
Oh, dubbed, yeah.
So it comes up then, and I say, not everybody speaks English, and there's people from around the world, and in Canada we have so many different cultures here, and it's such a mixing pot, but that's more in Toronto than here, and he doesn't remember Toronto, so it would be easier, I think, if we were still there to teach him this, but I figure it'll be as it come as you go, right? Like, as he starts asking more questions, then
yeah.
Joe and I are from very different backgrounds anyway, like, we're both white, but we're both from very different, like, our backgrounds are not the same, so I'm hoping too that we'll be able to talk about, our families and where they came from and stuff as he gets older, because he's a blend of all of it, right? So,
and most of the shows that he watches have characters of different ethnicities. Yeah. It's important to me to be, like, very upfront about this, and also to explain, that racism is a thing, and like, it's just an unfortunate reality of the world that there's lots of, oh, this is animated nicely, but yeah, my family was less racist than most that I hear from people growing up in our generation, but still did have some prejudice. And yeah, it's important to me. Whoa, we're just going full anime here. I'd still be prejudiced against weebs though, right? Oh, okay. Let's go with the next Patreon question. And
You finished the other one, right?
Yeah,
You
I
had written
finished.
a little bit at the end.
Yeah, there was a very sweet message at the end that made me blush like Geralt.
Okay, I always say this wrong, and they're here. So there's more pressure. I want to say inchotes. Or is it incoats? What is it? Tell me.
Just go all the way like I do and say in cahoots.
I don't remember, and I remember having a problem with this before, so it's not the first time.
In cahoots, eh?
I say it better. Which one was it though? Was it the first one or the second one? Is it inch like a measurement, or is it ink? Incoets. Okay. Incoets.
Incoets.
Okay, so it's not eights, it's Eds. Okay, I'll try to remember. I think
this is the fourth time that
I can't remember. It's been so long now since we did it.
Incoets has told us this in chat. I remembered. I just wanted to watch you struggle.
Kind of like in cahoots. Yeah, you're right. It makes you think of that when you're saying it. Hello, Joe. Hope all is going well and your family is happy and healthy. Which life experiences have you had that dramatically affected your enjoyment of a product? Extra detail. For example, I heard on a podcast that one of the members could not force himself to play The Last of Us because of the intro. Spoilers for The Last of Us. I read that wrong. So there's spoilers coming up for The Last of Us. He has a blonde little girl with a personality a lot like Sarah and lives in Austin, even recognizing the roads Joel drives on, and the events of the game hit too close to home for him to play. In a similar vein, you have mentioned Soma has a lot of parallels with your life and was a Truman Show-esque moment for you. For me, your name, Weebs Rise Up, will forever tear my heart out because of my circumstances when I saw it. I read that badly, sorry.
Oh, your name is a name of an anime. I think when I read this question, I looked it up, and it looked really well animated. If it's the one I'm thinking of, I was like, oh damn, this actually looks pretty goddamn good, yeah, I was surprised. Yeah, Soma's based in Toronto, and it has someone going in for a brain scan because they have something wrong with their brain, and and they're having a lot of nightmares and sleeping problems, and I have a lot of nightmares and sleeping problems, and my mom died of a brain aneurysm, so I have to go for brain scans to see if I might have one too, because it might be hereditary, but it wasn't. It's mostly because my mom smoked too much, and that's apparently one of the big things that makes you have a brain aneurysm. It really increases your chances of having one. So it was kind of surreal when Soma was like, based in Toronto. You go through the TTC subway, and they're all there, and they're going for that, and it was very kind of like, oh wow, this is quite surreal. But I don't think there is any other that's really done that for me. I don't know. I will say that anything to do with kids has, since becoming a father, I find myself very susceptible to now, and I get like emotional, sometimes upset, sometimes angry whenever there's anything to do with kids being like lost or killed or anything like that. I find it very effective, but it still has to be done quite well. I played through The Last of Us again after becoming a father, and it didn't hit me that much stronger, probably because I already played it. I don't know, it was a little different, but it's mostly about like real life news stories and real life situations where it hits me harder, and I'm like, god damn it, I've always thought of like when you have a kid, it's kind of like you're Superman and you've made your own kryptonite, like it's like there's now this this condition that you have made for yourself that's just going to completely destroy you, and it's really worth it, but it's at the same time it's some serious shit, I don't know if there's anything else that I can think of, especially in a game that that meets that criteria. Sorry. What about you, Lily?
I don't play enough games to have.
What about like a movie or a book or anything?
Well, I'm a wimp, so like I'm a crier. I would watch
And I'm not.
I will watch something like. I started crying. I was what, like 10? We went to see Titanic in the theaters, and I started crying when they got on the boat because I knew they were all gonna die. I was sitting in the theater crying as they all waved goodbye to their families when they went on the boat because I knew it was gonna go down. Because obviously, it's not like it's not really a spoiler. You know, it happened 100 years ago. But yeah, like that's the kind. I cried through Stepmom. I cried through.
Mrs. Doubtfire.
No, I would now if I watched it now. But the only thing I can think of is The Haunting of Hill House. That's the only thing that I can.
You cried through The Haunting of
No,
Hill
I didn't
House?
cry, but it affected me. Like that's
Oh.
the only. I knew somebody who committed suicide and hung themselves, and the spoilers, but there's
it's not like it happens. Yeah.
there's a hanging in the movie, and it's kind of a big plot point, and it gave me nightmares. So that really even still, like, there's times still that I'll be downstairs by myself, or I'll wake up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and I just kind of have this creepy feeling, like it really messed with me. So stuff like that, stuff where there's like a suicide, really kind of bugs me. Like it's, especially if it's a hanging. That game you played, what game was it that you played? And I couldn't watch it.
Did I play it on stream?
Oh, you played it on stream, and it's gonna be probably spoilers again. But it was a stream game you played.
Was it an anime game?
It was an anime.
I know
game.
what you're talking about.
That game.
Chat's gonna know what we're talking about.
That game
too.
really, that got to, again. It was the same situation. It was like.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking
That
about.
one. It doesn't
not-
make me cry.
Let's not say it.
No, I'm not gonna say it. They're saying it in chat though. It just makes me really uncomfortable. It bothers me probably more than it should. Like.
Well, now you brought up Haunting Hill House. I felt like I felt more connected to one of the characters in Haunting Hill House because of that. Because there's a character in Haunting Hill House that's narcoleptic that has the same sleep problems that I do. So that was kind of cool, and that's something I don't really get to experience much in media. So that was interesting, and I thought that was good.
I really liked similar to that. Can't think tonight. I'm having trouble. Claire Danes.
Homeland?
Homeland?
Yeah, Homeland.
I really liked her character's portrayal of mental illness because it kind of made her stronger, not weaker. They made her more brilliant, and she still had her issues, but they made her more brilliant than delicate or weak or just a mess, you know?
I think the only reason you feel that way and that you think it's pulled off well is because she's also seen as a mess, like you're saying, right? Like there's this problem with mental illness portrayal in a lot of media, which is like, oh, actually it's really good to be manic depressive because you have these periods of really big energy, and wow, it makes you so quirky and wacky and everyone loves you. It's like no,
But you think of 6 Feet Under, and I always think of Billy, and when he goes the first episode or whatever, when she's like, I have my brother's bipolar, and he always, chooses the holidays to go off his medication, and then you see him go in and he's crying, he's like weeping, and he goes to the fridge and he looks inside, and she's standing there eating olives, and she's like, what's the matter, Billy? Do you want
remember
the olives?
what she was eating?
She's eating the olives. She wants the olives. And do you want some olives, Billy? And he just comes over and takes them from her and walks away in his bathrobe, still weeping, and it's like, that's not how it really is. Like, sometimes you do cry, but usually it's not just you walking around, you want the olives and you're just crying while you're eating them, kind of crying. Like, I thought they did a better job with Carrie for that. But that was kind of a personal one for me because she wasn't messed up all the time. Like you saw her at her stronger moments, and she was functional. She wasn't just a walking disaster all the time. So yeah, those are probably my two: Carrie Matheson on Homeland and Hill House.
Yeah, Hill House. Yeah. There's a book by John Irving that I was thinking about this while Lily was answering. I'm not going to say the book because it would be spoilers. If you've read this book, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But since becoming a dad now, there's a, if I was to read that again, it would absolutely destroy me, I think. So that's a different one now. Oh, we're fighting Kratos. Yeah, I don't know if I have any other answer for you. Sorry, there's probably is one. I just can't think of it. It's nice that we thought of some positive ones instead of just negative ones, right? Ways that we know our life situations have made us.
Yeah, and I'm still glad I saw it. Like, I don't regret watching it, even though it's like.
Yeah, but Homeland is a positive one, right? Like it's,
Yeah,
it's,
no,
not, it's not just negative.
But even the negative one for me, like I don't regret watching it. Like it still makes you think about things, you know. Like sometimes they're uncomfortable to think about, and sometimes you don't really want to remember or dwell on them too much. But it's not always a bad thing that it makes you think about them or remember. Sometimes you get something new out of it, you know. You get a new perspective.
Whipworm or the endless nameless chat? Which one? Game audio is a lot. Really? We've been at it for a while. Did it get louder or what?
Yeah, you don't get very far with Mania. Mania is just lots of brilliant ideas that never become anything more than that. For me, anyway.
Okay, turn it down a little bit.
Next question.
Yep, next question. Yeah, I was trying to think of something funny about how, you know, like growing up in the area that we did, you know, in the housing market that we did has made me hate a lot of TV shows where it's like, you know, the single 20-year-old man suddenly somehow has a house that he lives in. It's like, what the fuck? How does he have that? This is fucking bullshit. You know what I mean? It's like, but no, it's just some dumb answer.
Like all the ones you see about Home Alone. How are they able to afford that house?
Yeah.
And take 9 people or whatever it was to Europe?
Yeah. Anyway, what was the next question?
Yeah, I hear you, Paw Patrol. Me too. Should art and entertainment lose points because you had an idea in your head of what it was going to be, or how you would prefer it to be, and it didn't meet those expectations? Extra detail. I watched a movie recently where I came into it expecting an interesting take on the genre, in my opinion, and the movie delivered on my hopes for 75% of it, then slid back down into a classic trope of the genre. This recontextualized the movie and made me realize the interesting plot points I was thinking were getting built were actually working toward this slide the whole time. Thanks again, Joe. Good luck in this coming month, and I hope you can give yourself a break sometime. You deserve it, even if you don't think you do.
I'm gonna take a break after The Witcher's done for sure. Yeah. I'm gonna take a break. So yes and no, definitely. So the question is, should your expectations matter when it comes to, you know, if you have certain expectations and it turns out the media does not meet them for whatever reason, it turned out that they were going to be doing something completely different, you know, like what should that matter or not when it comes to judging something? And the answer is yes and no. So it all depends on if you think that you were misled or not. You know, there have been reviews that I've done or videos that I've done on the channel where I thought that it was going to be something different because the marketing material of that game led me to think that. And sometimes people are very, very angry at me when I do this. So something like Minute, to some extent maybe even Forager, and there's one other one too that I get some comments on. You know, it's another episode of Joe expecting one thing and then blaming the game for it. Well, in these cases, it's because the marketing material made me think that we were going to have something else, and that's the only reason why I was interested in the game to begin with. So I think it's fair to be annoyed when it's that, and you should still, however, take away your expectations and try to judge everything for how it is. But your example is a little more interesting to me because I feel like that is because that's different. And your example was that you have what's going on here? That you were thinking that the story was going a different way while you were watching it, and then it ended up being disappointing. Like, I feel like that's very different than having expectations going into it, you know? Like, you were expecting the story to go in a certain way and then it didn't deliver. That's very, very different. And that's completely fair. And it's always kind of disappointing when you expect more out of a story and you think that it's going to do more interesting things than it ultimately does. And I am really regretting getting this item right now. I do not like this item. This doesn't feel anywhere like I thought it was going to when I realized what it did. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, I think that... Oh, I'm not even touching the controller right now. Sorry, I got distracted by something there. Huh. Okay then. Yeah, I think that's completely different, and it's more fair. That's just like you kind of get into the story and it just doesn't nail the ending for you. Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to think of some examples again of times where I've been misled by the marketing materials. There has to be some on the channel. Some more on the channel. Hold on, let me look it up. Was it Forager? Bum, 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 bum. Prey is almost the opposite. I wasn't expecting something and it ended up being even better than I thought it was going to be. So that's where it's always good when it's a surprise, right? And it ends up being better. Soma, no, not Soma. Soma was about what I thought it was going to be. You know, I was expecting it to be more scary, but I wasn't really expecting it to be a good scary game no matter what, because it's the same kind of horror problems. Maybe horror games in general, I'm not sure. Hob a little bit. I was expecting Hob to be more Zelda-y and less just kind of like linear exploration of worlds over and over and over again. Maybe a little bit of an inside kind of thing. No, not really. Not really. I thought there was another one. Maybe it's a stream that someone got really angry at me when I was expecting something else. Wow, we're all the way back to the Hearthstone video now. Yeah, no, that's it. That's all I can think of right now. So yeah, I think that's an interesting twist on the question, is that when you go into something and it ends up being better, you know, because it hits you with these different expectations, and there's a specific movie about a cabin that I'm thinking of right now, and hopefully that's enough without spoiling it, that pulls off that trick where you think, okay, it's gonna be this, and it turns out that it's something else, and it's even better than you probably thought, and that's really fun, and I enjoyed that. So it only ever works if it exceeds your expectations. If they're gonna subvert your expectations, it has to be something that does it in a positive way for it to really work out well, I think.
I shouldn't say because it might be a she. They're saying something in chat.
My feelings are double-fold that a movie failed to nail the ending for me to meet the needs of a broader audience, and that I shouldn't begrudge a piece of media because I thought of something that matches my ideals rather than one that matches the general consensus. I suppose it may be about personal feeling versus agreeable profitability, but your the profitability of the media doesn't really matter when it comes for you personally enjoying it. You know what I mean? Like it's nice to think of things like that, like, oh yeah, you want it to be successful so these artists can go on and make some more things and yada yada yada. It's like nice to think about and everything, but at the same time it's like, you know, something could be really special if it was more tailored for you. So yeah, it's kind of a struggle to look at art that way, that especially in games lately, where it's like, how do you balance the fact that it needs to be able to make money and it needs to appeal to as many people as possible, and as it appeals to more and more people, that experience gets diluted. And that sounds really snobbish, but it's that way for everyone, you know? It's everyone has their own niche tastes, and as you get more and more toward appealing to everyone, you start to appeal to no one very strongly. So it's like a good experience. It can be a good experience for everyone, or it can be a great experience for a few people. And that's why I said it, I think, in in the 3 games to refund No Man's Sky video, I think, where I said, you know, like niche experiences are something that I'm really interested in now, even if it's not a niche that I naturally like. Like I want to get into things that are really tailored toward a certain audience, and you know, get into that niche for that experience, because those experiences are just so compelling and so unusual and are so worthwhile. You know, like you get something really special out of those that you can't get out of these broader experiences, and it has nothing to do with being a snob. It's just the reality of trying to appeal to as many people as possible. And I think you see that when game companies get more money, you know, like and it must happen to other medias too, in other mediums too. Like, you know, the game dev gets way more money, way more budget, and suddenly their games kind of aren't that good for you anymore. And that's because their budgets are so high that they need their profit to be even higher, and that means there's more risks associated. So you think there would be less risk associated with the bigger titles when they're more financially comfortable, but really there are higher stakes now. Should I re-roll this or take this, chat? Let me know. And you can even see it in YouTube videos. I'm kind of in that place now too. You know, like there's a certain level of income that I would like to sustain because I have plans for the future for eventually making a video game. So most people are saying take. So I need to try to tailor my content to still appeal to enough people in order to be able to continue to support that level of income, so I can, you know, meet that goal that I want. I still think that the videos themselves are just so niche that doesn't really matter that much, and it's not that great of a comparison compared to like movies and games. But yeah, that's definitely part of it. Guppy's Tail and Cursed and Guppy's Paw Soul Converter. All right, I don't know what these are, but we're just gonna keep them. 100% agree. My friend had to fight tooth and nail for free cosmetics in a multiplayer game. What? Penny. Whoa! What the hell's going on here? Now we have penny tiers. This game's weird, man. This game's weird. Can you tell me what movie it was? Like, can you just message me on Discord what movie it was? I'm curious what it was. I'm guessing you don't want to say in chat because it's what?
In a dev sense.
In a dev, that was the movie?
No, that's just the other guy.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, like sorry, I was like, oh well, I've never heard of that.
He's part of a AAA company.
Okay. Let me go up and read it some more then. Hold on. In a dev sense. Yeah. Okay, I understand the context now. Okay. Yeah, it's something I'm sympathetic to, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it has to be. It's still worthwhile to recognize that, hey, it's not something I would like. You know, I prefer it to be in a more tailored for me. I think like marketing is difficult. Maybe it was The Witness was the other game. You know, like The Witness misleads you with its blurb at the beginning. You know, saying that there's no filler in that game when that game is just chock full of filler. Like, sorry, Jonathan Blow. I know you're a huge fan of the streams and are always watching, but you know, like, I'm kidding. But it's like, yeah, it's. You want, again, marketing is almost like no matter what your product is, you want to like, even if your game is really, really niche, or you're really, you know, you are appealing to a small demographic of people, like you still want to appeal and put your best foot forward when it comes to marketing your stuff. So you want to be like, yeah, this game's going to be really great, and you know, you appeal to as many people as possible. Please try it out. Please try it. You might really like it. And then, you know, those expectations, because you're trying to cast such a wide net, end up being like really misleading. But like I said, yeah, it has to be. I think misleading in a positive way is always good. If it's a pleasant surprise, pleasant. Everyone likes surprises, right? Pleasant surprises are good. But when if it exceeds your expectations in a different way, it's really fun. I feel like I'm rambling on this question. I'm really sorry. Incoettes. Is that right? Yeah. Sorry.
At least we got that part right.
I hope that it was
there's nothing else.
there was something in there for you. And thank you for being in chat and adding to it as we go. Yeah. God, they have to fight for free cosmetics. I mean, I feel, I understand why they are the way they are, but at the same time, it's just, I think people, most consumers, including myself, don't understand the pressure of that some, and it's usually the good employers, can be under when it comes to making sure that they can keep their people employed, especially when, you know, like, you hear stories about layoffs, and you hear these horrible stories about how, you know, like, the people who are laying them off make it all about them. This is such a horrible day for me. I hate laying people off. And it's like, yeah, like shut the fuck up, dude. This isn't the time and place to complain about this. Like, I understand it is a bad thing. Like, it's emotionally draining, but, you know, it's not the worst day for you today. It's the worst day for someone else. But at the same time, like, you can't deny that they don't, most of them, unless they're psychopaths, don't enjoy doing that thing. So there is this pressure to be sure, you know, like, we don't have to fire people. And I know that game dev is kind of in a, maybe not that as nice as I'm making it out to be or thinking it out to be. I feel like it's gotten better, but there used to be layoffs a lot more often. You know, you'd make the game and then just dump all the devs, and then that's the end of it, you know. But I feel like there is pressure to keep the company going and growing, not just for, you know, the shareholders and investors and everything, but it's also for the employees that you have, and you don't want to have to let them down. And so let's make sure that we have as much money as we possibly can. I think a lot of devs that aren't in charge of those decisions get invested in that too, you know. And you hear stuff, I think it was like Bungie and stuff, where there are like low level devs, and by low level devs I mean like they have no say in financial decisions at all, and some of them are saying like, hey, we should have more microtransactions. And honestly, I just wonder if it's something about World of Warcraft. It always comes back to World of Warcraft for me, and that's because oh, we just wasted that, and that's because, like, can you really blame Blizzard for the way that they've gone with monetizing their games lately, when you have people dropping like the entire asking price of full games on stupid cosmetic mounts and battle pets and, you know, like, realm changes and transfers and everything? Like, can you really blame them for being like, you know what, it's not worth it to make these big games anymore, and we should try and nickel and dime a little bit more than that? Like, unfortunately, they are cashing in integrity for money when it comes to these things, but I can't blame other devs from like looking at that and wanting a piece of that pie, you know what I mean? Like, I really can't. So yeah, it's oh, Leo Finn is singing the song with people in the background. Sorry. Anyway, little bit of a rant there. Yeah, yeah. Should we be done? What do you think? He's crying a bit, and
I don't know. I don't even know what to do about him.
ever read any Gene Wolfe? No, I haven't.
I was hoping if we got him to go back in and lie down that maybe he'd fall asleep by the time we're done.
Hats on Team Fortress 2 as well for gambling cosmetics. I think the line kind of went up as I was reading it. Yeah, like I think that many gamers have proven that they're really dumb with their money when it comes to video games, and, you know, it feels really trashy when there's a lot of devs that try to take advantage of it. But like, I really can't blame them sometimes. It's like, yeah, you know, it's misguided, but, you know, I can see where they're coming from. It's just, yeah. And then you have people that will defend the practices too when it's a company that they like. And, you know, like the whole Devil May Cry 5 thing, and like, I understand, like, it wasn't done all that poorly, and it's it turned out that it was fine, and most of us understood that it was going to turn out fine as we were criticizing it. But, you know, it's that idea of boiling the frog again. You know, you normalize this behavior that Devil May Cry 5 did, which was selling red orbs, which is like the experience system in that game, you know, and you know, like, you keep normalizing it, and then all of a sudden, you know, like, we're at this place where people are looking back and thinking, wow, Bethesda Oblivion Horse Armor was actually one of the better DLCs that was ever made, and people hated that when it was first out, you know? Like, Bethesda, even back then, on the forefront of trying to to dick more money out of its audience. Safety cap or the whip? I think we're going for the whip. Yeah. A lot of streamers are done with the money. Are they? Was that some shade, maybe? I don't know. I don't think I'm dumb with my money, at least. It's like it used to be back then. DLC used to be like, why am I gonna buy any DLC when it's only cosmetic? And now we look at DLC and we're like, as long as it's only cosmetic, it's fine. But I think that's kind of taken out of context, because you also want to have like cosmetic DLC is something that you can buy that on top of the asking price. Whereas when it comes to big paid DLC, you want it to have like proper content, because then it's worth the asking price. You know, you want the expansions. Like not all DLC is the same. I wish we would go back to calling some of them expansions. Like to me, like Hearts of Stone, Blood and Wine, and you know Far Harbor from Fallout 4. Like those are expansions, not DLC. But still, still call it DLC sometimes. Have you heard of Deadbolt? If not, I highly recommend checking it out. I've not heard of Deadbolt. I don't think so anyway. Maybe. It sounds a little familiar, but I'm not placing the name on anything, sorry. I really dislike this target thing, chat. I really dislike it. Real quick, any more questions from chat? Maybe we'll do one more Patreon question and then we'll stop. Hey, I'm mostly a YouTube viewer. I was wondering if there is a video coming soon. The Witcher video... Should I just say when I think it's gonna come out? I hate saying this. I hate saying this because I'm always like, something happens and I think for sure. So
then you regret saying things.
So I'm not gonna say it, but like I'll give a vague answer. Like I am expecting it to be out in 2019, like still this year. Okay, like I'm still expecting it. And if it's not this year, it'll be very early in 2020, like super early. It'll be out before Cyberpunk's out for sure. There's no way that it's not gonna be out before Cyberpunk's out. 2077. You know, no fucking way. But anything else, you know, like I'm expecting 2019. At the very least, if it's in parts, you know, there will be a part this year for sure. But we'll see. Who knows if something might happen? You know, the house might burn down. It's a very long video. It's a year's worth of content, maybe even more. You're not going to be able to watch it in one sitting. It's longer than the two other longest videos on the channel put together at least. And that's as specific as I'm going to be.
What main games you really appreciate respect from a writing story perspective has been asked a couple times.
Sorry, what main games do you really appreciate respect from a writing perspective?
And story.
Writing story perspective, not very many. From writing, probably there. Okay, so there are two ways of looking at it. There's like the whole story and the whole sweeping thing that happens, you know. And there are very few games that are impressive like that. Like even something like the new God of War and The Last of Us, like those are impressive by video game standards, but by any other medium, you know, it's like they're about average. You know what I mean? Like it's like, yeah, they're good. They wouldn't be considered bad in movies or books or whatever. But they're not fantastic. But for video games, there are, because they're coherent and they actually, you know, have a central thematic point that runs throughout the whole entire thing. You know what I mean? Like it's good, you know, like they're decent and they don't like completely fall apart at the end. But you know, there's lots of games that have individual pieces that are really cool from a writing perspective, you know, like even something that's kind of trashed here, like the new Tomb Raider games. You know, I really like Lara Croft's characterization in those games. The story for the most part in the base game of Witcher 3 is absolute dog shit, but there's really good character moments and there's some really good writing. It's just that the story is really bad. So you can separate, just slip that one in, huh? Just going right through it. Yeah, there's a difference between like the story and the writing, you know, like it's a little hard to explain, but only a little, you know, like it's not all that of a foreign idea, you know. I think that stuff like Soma and What Remains of Edith Finch are probably some of the best stories and writing that video games has. I'm not really into stuff like Dark Souls and Hollow Knight, as most of you probably know. If you like, I'm guessing most of you come from the videos. You're not here from Twitch. You know, like, I don't really like the, you know, you hear the ingredients, make the story yourself. I think it's just an excuse for it to have a story when it really doesn't, which I've probably gone on too much about in the past. I think there's one other one that I'm forgetting, but yeah, like it's hard to name a bunch of really good stories. That's why I was so disappointed when I played Silent Hill 2, because I was expecting it to be, you know, new, like in my top 5 for really great stories in video games, and it was just like, oh, okay, you know, like if this was a book or a movie, like I don't even think anyone would really be singing its praises at all. It would just be kind of like middle of the line sort of thing. I feel like there's one I'm forgetting. I don't know, like I think that some of the writing in like even something like Metal Gear Solid series is really good, even though the overall story is batshit, you know? Like there were parts in Control that were really, really cool, you know? Like if we're talking about like comedy games and things that are funny, like Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is really, really funny. I think intentionally funny in a lot of places. Okay, do I like let this guy like come away and then hit him, or the Portal 1 and 2 as well, you know, like really powerful, but as a story, Portal 2 not so good. Portal 1 I think has a better story than Portal 2, but Portal 2 has more funny moments. Yeah, I think that's all I can say for now. Let's buy this key. Why is
Okay,
he?
we need to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So see if there's anybody else to thank, and he's just chanting it over and over.
Okay, you go, Sam. I'll say thank you to people, and we'll finish this run. Thank you to Your Ma for the new sub of Prime. Welcome to Prime Time, Your Ma. That was 20 minutes ago. Sorry, we get into questions and then we do rounds of thank yous. Thank you, Your Ma, for the new sub of Prime. Welcome to Prime Time. Thank you, Bagel Addict, for the 17-month resub with Anders Boy. Yeah, he's making quite a bit of noise tonight. Sorry. Thank you, Bagel Addict, for the 17-month resub. Thank you, Action Caterer, for the 12-month resub. Welcome to the 1-year club. Didn't I already welcome you into the 1-year club, Action Caterer? I thought you were 12 months already. Did Twitch glitch out, or am I high on life? Thank you, Action Caterer. Welcome to the 1-year club. Thank you very much. You also used 100 bits to say you don't have to answer this if it's too much for this Q&A, but give me a name for a lizard, space pirate captain that I need for a tabletop game I'm running. A name for a lizard. Lily is the name queen. What's a name for a space pirate captain who's also a lizard? Larry.
Luna.
Luna?
Yeah, because Luna's the moon, right? You're in space, and also starts with an L, so it's kind of, you know.
I think Larry.
Luna Lizard.
Gizzard the lizard. Says not a wizard. Twitch is weird. Sub anniversary separate when I actually do the subscribe. He's also the villain, by the way. Oh, Lysanderoth. Embrace the meme. Lysanderoth, the lizard space pirate captain. There you go. ProZD. Lysanderoth. Thank you, Cat Hands, for the 23-month resub. Always great to say your name, Cat Hands. Ooh, boy, I love this game. I'm getting into it a little bit more than I was before, but if I wasn't streaming right now, I don't know. Like, I hate this. You know what? I don't hate to say this. Fuck it. I'm going to stand by my love for Enter the Gungeon. It's just a worse version of Enter the Gungeon to me. I really like the core mechanics of the dodge roll and the shooting and the different guns you find in Gungeon and the different enemy types. I just like it. It's just a worse Gungeon to me. I really like Enter the Gungeon. So That's it. Am I high? Gungeon is just way better mechanically, man, than Binding of Isaac. Binding of Isaac may have way more fun synergies and stuff, because that's what I think people say about it. But like, Gungeon is just way better of a gameplay experience, you know. But if you're going for more of like a what cool shit is gonna happen this run, then I can see why Binding of Isaac might be way better. But yeah, I prefer Gungeon. Thank you, Gurman1, for the 2-month resub. Hey Joe, in case you have that issue, how do you deal with the anxiety of putting yourself out there? For example, sharing your views on a video of yours. So this used to be a really, really big problem of mine, and I'm not really good at public speaking. I'm surprised that I can even get through streams, and every so often, for no reason it seems. Well, sometimes I'll if I've taken a break from streaming and I come back to it, I'll be very nervous coming back to it, like, oh my god, what if it doesn't go well this time, you know, like it's gonna be like, this is gonna be the one where I can't even speak clearly, even though I can't even speak clearly right now, you know, like it's gonna be really, really bad, you know, like, and it turns out it's fine. But when at the beginning, when we first started streaming, I was terrified, so I'm not really good at public speaking, and I don't like being in front of an audience, but I think because you're all invisible, it doesn't matter. I can get through it. But what helped me with the videos was that I made a deal with myself really early on. It's like, okay, I can say whatever I want as long as I support it with evidence. As long as I can support it with examples and people can understand why I think the way that I do, then, you know, it's fine. I can say whatever I want, you know, because if they're like, you know, I think you're crazy, I really disagree with you, you know, at least they can say, but I can see where you're coming from, you know, like, at least I can understand it. So that's the deal I made with myself. And I think I've been successful with that, and have been able to get through making videos with that rule. But sometimes I take it too far. I think with Odyssey I had too many examples, but that could have been alleviated by having like a note at some point saying, whoa, what the fuck? A note at point saying, you know, if I've convinced you, you know, you can skip ahead to this point in the video now. You know, you don't have to keep watching. But at the same time, maybe there's another dimension where the Odyssey video is only an hour long, and I'm sitting there on stream right now saying, you know, I really wish I had kept all those examples on it, because, you know, all that criticism I got for barely playing the game and not supporting my arguments and talking crap, you know what I mean? Like, so it's really hard to know what was right and what was wrong there, but a note there in the video saying, hey, if I've convinced you, just skip ahead, I think wouldn't have hurt. I think, yeah. But yeah, that's how I got over it, yeah. I wouldn't say I'm a shy person, but I don't do fantastically in social situations, and whenever I had to give like group projects and presentations or whatever, I would be quite scared. If I'm being really fully honest with myself, I think that if I was to ever give like a conference talk or whatever, anything like that, like an in-person presentation, if I'm being 100% honest with myself, I think I could do it. I think that I could get past that, and it would be okay. But I would be pretty terrified the whole time, the whole way there, you know. The whole time there, I'd be dreading getting there and dreading going through with it. So, but I think when push came to shove, I could get through it and I could do it. Is he?
He's
settled,
okay.
He's settled down now?
He just wants to come out. He can't sleep, but he's frustrated, I think, because he can't sleep.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to do one more round anyway, and I think we have, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more questions, but it's only 3 pages, so some of them are short, and like this one's really short, right? Mm-hmm. This one's gonna take 30 seconds. Some of the other ones aren't gonna take that long. However, we did fewer than that tonight, so maybe we should do one more and then call it Ian N, and then we see.
I hope he's gonna fall asleep. I told him he should lie down at least, because he's like half sitting up, but he looks exhausted. And I said, like, if he can lie down, maybe he'll fall asleep. But he just keeps saying he can't, and he's frustrated. But otherwise, he's fine. Like I just said, you'll come and see him when you're done, and he was fine with that. I'm hoping he'll fall asleep by the time we come out. He looks like he's ready.
I'm not sure if you're, I'm not going to read it out loud just in case of spoilers, Eleanor. I'm not sure if you're making a joke about Fallout 4 or if that is a different game. I'm not sure. It sounds interesting. I don't know. I think I'm tired. Thanks for the Pirate Captain question answer, Hargo, and thanks Action Caterer. Okay, let's do this last person, and then we'll take something from chat at the end, and then we'll call it.
Ian N says, "Hey Joe, been a long time follower watcher, but this is my first time asking a question. Love your content, and I hope that you continue to do great things.
Thanks, Ian.
I've been finding myself looking back into the Mass Effect trilogy, my favorite series of games, probably the best games from my childhood, and I'm wondering what your take on the series was. am one of those people that literally loved everything until the ending, but then was left feeling defeated, cheated, and just disappointed. Having poured my time and energy replaying the first and second games for a total of 8 times just to get perfect setups for the third, I felt like it was just a waste of time after the ending played out, even though everything up to that part was a blast and had some of the best ending arcs for the characters. Rip Morton, you are the very model of a scientist Solarian."
I am the very model of a scientist Solarian.
That's that question.
Okay.
So what was your take on it?
I haven't played Mass Effect 3 because... Okay, so I'm going to spoil part of Mass Effect 3. It's right at the beginning, okay? So if you care about that, first of all, you shouldn't because it's dumb, but if you care about that, here's your warning. You know, maybe the stream's done for you for tonight, or just don't listen for the next like couple minutes or so. So at the beginning of Mass Effect 3, the Reapers, which are the big bad of that series, come to the Milky Way from the darkness between the galaxies, and they start harvesting all the planets, as is their wont to do. And you are on Earth when this attack begins, and Earth is not prepared, and you leave, you evacuate, and as you're leaving, you're seeing these gigantic like Cthulhu robot spaceship tentacle monsters. They're basically just ripping apart the cities, like wading through them. And then you go and like solve people's problems and find archaeological dig sites for people, and listen to people having their pity parties, and oh no, like someone's sick, all right, like, and I just couldn't do it. Earth is burning, so are the other planets of the major civilizations. Couldn't do it. Just I loved Mass Effect 1 and 2. Me and a friend of mine had a not a bet, but we had like a hunch that Mass Effect 2, like BioWare was making Mass Effect 2 and Dragon Age at the same time, and we were like, there's no way that both of them are going to be good. Like one of these is going to be really, really bad. They're not going to land both of the hits on both of these games at the same time. And then Dragon Age came out, and we're like, oh man, this is actually pretty good, the first Dragon Age Origins. And we're like, okay, well, rip Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2 is going to be complete dog shit. There's no way they're going to hit this. And then Mass Effect 2 came out, like, oh wow, this was actually pretty good. It had its flaws for sure, but it's like, oh wow, this was decent. I had a good time with it. Like the ending wasn't all that great, but like it was an interesting idea, and it messed up a little bit of the continuity, but it was a good time. So it was like, oh, all right, nice. And then Mass Effect 3 comes out, and I can't even get past the first 2 hours because I'm just so put off by how nonsensical the whole thing is. So I can't really talk about the ending. Sorry, I do know all about it. I know that it was I don't know, like rushed, obviously, but that it didn't have a... What the fuck just happened in the game right now? Oh my god. Sorry. It didn't have it didn't have proper continuity. What the fuck is going on? It didn't have proper continuity between all of the decisions that you made in the other games. It didn't matter, and it just leads to this color question thing at the end, right? So I really don't... I really don't like that they did that, and I heard the story about how the lead writers, like very late in development, they still didn't have the ending planned out, and they locked themselves in a room one day and had a big fight, and they shouted at each other, and then that's how they finally got the ending done, and then they did this color system at the end, and that's kind of what you're talking about, and it's like I feel like that's the main complaint that you have, and I can't really talk about it much because I haven't seen it myself. But as always, let's link it back to Witcher 3. Witcher 3 does the exact same thing, boys and girls, and I hate to sound like a condescending prick, but I kind of feel like the reason why people aren't mad at Witcher 3 for doing the exact same thing that Mass Effect 3 did is because the posers at Reddit didn't play Witcher 1 and 2, whereas they played Mass Effect 1 and 2 and then 3, and it was like a big deal for them all the way, whereas a bunch of these people only came in on Witcher 3, so they have no idea that Witcher 3 did the exact same fucking thing that Mass Effect 3 did. So yeah, I can kind of relate, because that was really disappointing, and yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. I really liked Mass Effect 1 and 2. Lily even watched me play Mass Effect 1, but she probably doesn't remember because I played that on Xbox 360 when it first came out. I believe I even got the Xbox 360 to play it because I stupidly thought that it would be a that I thought it would be a better experience to have on console because my PC wasn't all that great at the time, and it was cheaper to get that than it was to upgrade the PC. So I think that I had a really fond memory of Mass Effect 1. Like I said, Mass Effect 2 was a really good time for me, and I'm eventually gonna have to play Mass Effect 3 and face my fears. I hear the DLC makes it better and it makes it more entertaining, and but it's mostly about fan service. But I should also play Andromeda as well. Is Ian here? What was Andromeda like for you, Ian? If you're here, I'm not sure if you're here or not, because I heard inconsistent things about that. Obviously there was the whole animation thing with the characters' faces that a lot of people didn't like, and it wasn't a very well put together game. But I've also heard that a lot of the problems were overblown and there was something to enjoy in there. And a lot of people were hating on it kind of like out of spite after how poorly Mass Effect 3 was received. And I'm not sure if that's the case. Will I make a Mass Effect video? Maybe one day, yep. Maybe one day. I've been thinking about Mass Effect quite a bit lately, and Dragon Age, because I've been trying to compare the choices that you have in the Witcher series compared to the BioWare games, and how effectively they pull that off, and does The Witcher do it better than the other ones? And obviously I'm not going to talk about that because, I don't want to talk about Witcher 3 at all. Like, that would be really unsporting of me to talk about Witcher 3 on a stream while the video is ongoing, so I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I've been thinking about it a bit. What surprised me about Mass Effect 2 was that the gameplay was actually pretty good. It wasn't the best gameplay ever, but the gameplay was pretty good, right? So I had a good time with Mass Effect 2. Not so much Mass Effect 1, but I feel like Mass Effect 2 had a pretty good a really good balance. I'm saying way too many times right now. A really good balance of being a third-person shooter and an RPG at the same time. So I enjoyed that, and I hope Mass Effect 3 does that even better when I finally do get back to it. I hope I can get past that problem. It really bothers me. It really bothers me. Shepard's a pretty good character. I really liked Miranda because I had a crush on Yvonne Strahovski for a while. And I like that kind of character archetype. I like I kind of like I like bitches, but okay, like I don't mean I like bitches. I mean like she's a bitch. You know what I mean? Like it's the bitch archetype, but she's not a bitch to you. You know what I mean? Like I don't like the character that's a bitch to you. I like that she's kind of like a bitch to everyone else.
Not
like
just a bitch.
She's bitchy. There we go. Like Lily and I talk about like bitchy a lot. Like I like that she's bitchy. Whereas like Miranda and Yennefer have quite a lot in common. Oh no, it's Witcher 3 again. But like Yennefer is a bitch to you, so it's like like not nearly as good as Miranda. But I like Miranda more because of that. And not really keen on Liara or any of the other waifu choices in
He's a lovely woman, but he likes me, so what does that say?
In
right?
Yeah, but it's like,
Right?
yeah, but it's like what you like in media is not always what you go for. You're not a bitch. You're lovely. You're lovely Lily. Lovely Lily. Lily Bell. Okay. And the graphics are amazing in Mass Effect 1 especially. I don't know if anyone here was around, in playing games when the first Mass Effect 1 trailer came out and they showed that folding out, what's the word for it? The extended gun that Shepard brought off his back. It was that was so cool. It was like, oh my god. And then when it came out, the game was visually so impressive. So cool. So cool. Yeah, I hope to do a video on Mass Effect one day. It was between that and Witcher in the poll, and people asked for The Witcher. That was good solid 10 years ago now that people asked for that. So yeah, hopefully we'll at some point get to Mass Effect as well. Oh, we're eating a lot of damage because there's just so much noise on the screen with all these like babies following us around. What even is this? I feel like we're gonna go die at the boss now. Did Ian have another question?
Yeah. What is your take on game situations where the trail and experience is the best, but then the climatic, I can't speak now, I'm too tired, finish doesn't live up to it, ruins the adventure? I think it might make for a good video to talk about that situation, as I could see it going both ways, for and against an ending having that much impact on the experience as a whole. Thanks, Joe. Hope you're doing well and looking forward to when your next drop happens. Don't kill yourself, though, and don't get stuck in the cringe cave too long.
Oh, thanks, Ian. Endings matter a lot to me, so probably way more than for most people. And I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I don't know if I should be like proud of the fact that endings are so meaningful to me. I know that it should be it should all be about the journey, not the destination, but I'm more about it being about the journey and the destination. Endings matter a lot, and it can work both ways. Like a really bad ending can ruin an otherwise great game, but a really great ending can uplift an otherwise kind of mediocre game, Nier Automata is a game that has a really strong start, I think, and then it has a very meandering middle, and then it gets into its final phase and it's kind of like, oh, okay, it's getting better, and then the finish is just, oh my god. So it's like that really brings it back for Nier Automata for me. So I like that quite a bit. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just the whole thing just went right out of my head. I think we need to go to sleep soon.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
I think I'm too tired now. I feel like I'm slurring.
I think we need to go to sleep. Yeah. There's a scene in the movie Adaptation, and if you've seen the movie Adaptation, if you haven't seen the movie Adaptation, it's with Nicolas Cage. You should definitely go watch it. It was written by Charlie Kaufman, who is one of Hollywood's best writers. He also wrote, I believe, here's where I'm getting tired again with details. I think he wrote Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which is an amazing movie. He also wrote Being John Malkovich, and he wrote a couple other things, and he also wrote Adaptation. So Adaptation is about Nicolas Cage, who is playing Charlie Kaufman, who is writing the script for Adaptation. So it's a meta movie that actually really pulls it off well. And there's a scene where Nicolas Cage as Charlie Kaufman, who also has a twin brother who's also played by Nicolas Cage, goes to see a writing guru who's giving a presentation, and he has this speech that he says, it doesn't matter what happens in your movie, just wow them at the end, and that'll satisfy them and keep them talking. The ending is all that matters. And I don't really agree with that. Everything else that comes toward the ending needs to be set up to really punch it. But if there's any part of something that needs to be done really well, if you want the wow effect and that they're going to stick around for the whole thing, then the ending is the most important, I think. But you know, that's assuming they're going to stick around. So I would say the beginning is actually the most important part of any piece of media, so you get them hooked, and then you can kind of meander in the middle, and then the ending can be fine. Because when I think of Nier Automata, I don't really think of that meandering middle all that much, although it is worse for video games because video games go on for so much longer than most other media. Yeah, I think endings are very important to me, and video games tend to do okay with it in terms of gameplay. There's usually a big boss at the end, right? Like, and it's like a big climax of gameplay and everything that you've learned. Video games usually do all right. In terms of stories, I think writing for video games is extremely difficult, and you know, endings are suffer just as much as anything else in video games because it's so hard to mesh a really good story with gameplay that goes on for 20, 30, sometimes 50 or even more hours, you know? Like, yeah, someone in chat is talking about 2001 Space Odyssey. I don't know about that. Like, yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from, but it was kind of like, yeah, I watched that a long time ago, and I was like, wait, what? And I don't know, it kind of stuck in my head, but yeah, I can agree. I think, yeah, I can agree. Gotta stick down like Game of Thrones. Yeah, there's another one. You know, Game of Thrones. A lot of people think that retroactively ruined everything, and it's like, you know, what's the best case scenario now for Game of Thrones is that forever you will think that it doesn't have an ending because that's the ending you got, and it's so unsatisfying that it kind of ruins the characters for the rest of the thing. And then you have...
Sorry.
You okay?
It's for you.
And you're never going to get a proper ending because, you know, he's never going to finish the books. I also spent an entire night revitalizing my hockey roots while yelling at Letterkenny references at my friends thanks to you. So drop the mitts, you fucking puck bunny.
I love that.
Your friends are good guys though, yeah? Yeah?
I love that.
Good, they're good guys there, right?
Fucking puck bunny.
Puck bunny. Oh, I love Letterkenny. Letterkenny is a very like raunchy, rude look at kind of like the hicks of Canada, I guess. Are you allowed to say hick? Is hick an offensive term?
I don't think so. I don't know.
And yeah, Letterkenny is really great. I highly recommend it. I think even if you're not from Canada, you can still enjoy Letterkenny. Letterkenny is really great.
And they get nuked out the good of your hand, eh?
What did I say about 2001? What did I miss? You can scroll up for someone that said for the ending of 2001. Yeah, I think I like the ending, but I don't know if I think it's great. It was kind of good for like but it's almost like there's two endings to that movie. There's the ending that's at the very end, and then there's the ending that happens just right before that, you know? Like, but how could you properly end that, you know, with the events that happen right before the actual true ending at the very end of the movie? Like, I don't know if there could be anything that's satisfying there. Yeah. Sorry, we're meandering here, Ian. I think definitely I think that the endings are very, very important. But
which we're not landing ours very well.
Yeah, and we're not landing ours very well for the stream, so maybe streams are immune to that sort of thing because it's more of a performance art and improv. But yeah. Maybe it could make a good video. And I can collect my thoughts, because clearly I need to, because they're all over the place for this one. I'd like to do some more videos on broad topics, but they're not very popular. There's actually a question in chat about those. Hi Joe, I remember you used to write small scripts that were not critiques and something related to video games. For example, your horror game and video and subjective video, as well as others you mentioned on streams that weren't intended to be videos. I want to know if you still do this, and if you do, what has it been about? Yeah, there's been a video that I wrote on difficulty in video games, and there's some other topics that I like to touch on too, but again, I don't know. It's sort of like they're not all that popular, and any video like that is gonna make the channel take a hit with the algorithm. So it's kind of like you have to slip in those kind of videos between the long videos that improve the algorithm. So it's always kind of like balancing. So it's like, okay, I can do one big video that the algorithm really, really likes, and then I can afford to spend those those good algorithm points on these 10D videos that won't get all that many hits, but I will enjoy making, and I feel like I have something to say. But yeah, that's so far in the future now, because of the Witcher video is just so all consuming that I can't really talk about it. Hey Joe, I've been watching you for about a year, and I really love to get your thoughts on why my father went to get cigarettes and never came back. Go look in the mirror, man, and you'll find out. Not sure if you're answering any more chat questions, but I'll try. I just saw you posted a stream of Dusk. Did you finish the game, or did you enjoy it? Yeah, I finished the game. There's the other two will go up soon. I have to render them together. Actually, I haven't done that yet. But they're I really enjoyed the game. I liked it quite a bit. I'm just kidding. Stick Peated. I love you. Are there any scripts that are basically done you can upload while on break after Witcher? I'm really leery about uploading scripts without there being a video coming out on that script sometime soon. Especially after learning that there's like machine, there's algorithmic kind of video creators now that can pull from multiple sources. So I know that sounds really like I shouldn't be worried about that, but I've been trolled by sort of in that way before, so I'd rather not risk it. I like uploading the scripts just a little bit before the video goes up, when it's pretty much done. And the Witcher script won't be going up before the video, though. I don't even think the Witcher script could fit on Patreon, so it'll have to be uploaded in parts. I'm actually, no joke, thinking about selling it as a book, still making it available online, but making it like a limited run of here's the Witcher script bound with maybe some notes that I made about the video making process in some of the pages. I don't know how feasible that idea would be, but I'm thinking about doing that. But it'll be on the WordPress site. It won't be on Patreon. It won't fit on there. I meant small videos. Thanks for small videos. Yeah. Again, small videos aren't really good for the algorithm, whereas the big videos are. Yeah, it's difficult. Have you seen Matthew Matosis's mega micro video series? The first video is very good, but the second video feels like a perfect sequel and also a testament to writing videos. No, I haven't seen either of them. I think there was some games he speaks about that I didn't want to know yet. I wanted to play them myself, but I haven't really been watching much of anyone's videos lately. It's very, very few and far between. I don't have much time for it. I'm sure they're great though. Most of his videos are fantastic. Dark Souls question, please be aware, what are your thoughts on Pyromancer caster classes in Dark Souls as a way to alleviate difficulty for newcomers? I first played Dark Souls 3 after barely touching 1 and 2 and picked up a Pyromancer. During my playthrough I found myself running into difficulty walls. This made the game very frustrating until I realized that in reality those were just building on past lessons I had skipped the Pyromancy. Your thoughts about the whole topic? I think it's a really good idea. I like that there's alternate playstyles that are easier than others. I just wish that there was a way to commit to a certain playstyle so you could really own that you did it in this way, you know what I mean? I really dislike this part about Dark Souls because this Dark Souls has a lot about bragging rights. It's okay, yeah, I beat Ornstein Small my first try, you guys are fucking scrubs, you're so terrible at the game. You're oh, how'd you do it? Oh, well, I just threw my fireball at him a bunch of times. It's okay, well, dude, you were playing on easy mode, you know what I mean? That sort of thing. It's not that cut and dry, but yeah, it's kind of it's kind of annoying. I'd pay big money for a deluxe version of the Witcher video script read in use game voice. And someone else wants it in Nagito voice. Will I show my Witcher notes? Probably not, no. There's some all-cap swearing in them that I think wouldn't be received well. That's just for me, and it's kind of the notes are written. Some of the notes are thoughtfully, crafted, but, this is something that's going to pretty much go into the video entirely, copy and paste it over, but a lot of it's just blah 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 blah, just emotional in the moment.
They're all asleep.
They're all asleep. That's good. Well, we still have to go because we need to be asleep, right? Yeah. Spare parts, bud. Most accurate Letterkenny joke. I can understand the hockey bros, and it causes me concern for my mental health. I love the joke where he's Shorzy, and they're doing the ribbing on each other back and forth, and he says, I fucked your mom and I made her come so hard that they made a part of our heritage video out of it.
I like the one with the Celine Dion one.
And like you have to. That's one of the jokes you have to be Canadian to understand, because you have to know the part of our heritage videos that are on there, and it's just, oh my god, that's such a, like, again, it's about being in part of a niche, man. That's such a targeted joke that if you understand that joke, it's just like, oh my god, that's so funny. But yeah, you kind of have to be Canadian. The Celine Dion one's pretty good.
They're fighting the back and forth.
Yeah, that one I think is more universal. It's the Ontarians fighting with the Quebecers while they're both ice fishing. Yeah, that one's pretty good. Do Letterkenny Montreal, and you probably get the YouTube hit for that one. Is that one of those reference jokes you actually like? Yeah, I think so. Well, that's not really a reference joke. That's like... So there's two different kinds of reference joke. There's a reference joke where you're referencing something to make it funny. Like, there's nothing funny about a part of our heritage Canadian, political endorsed messages. They're never funny. So it's making a joke while referencing something. But then there's the joke that is, literally the whole joke is, I used to be an adventurer like you, but then I took an arrow in the knee, and haha, this isn't Skyrim, this is fucking Borderlands 75. You know what I mean? Like that to me isn't a joke. That's the kind of reference joke that's like it's not. It's just repeating the fucking thing. Like that happened in some other game. You know what I mean? Like I don't like that. Or you have a bounty hunter in your game and his name kind of sounds like Boba Fett. Oh, so funny. Like it's just it's not like Witcher 3 does that or anything. I don't like that kind of referential humor. Whereas if you're referencing something else and then making an original joke on top of it, then yeah, that's fine. What are my thoughts on D&D? I have no thoughts on D&D. I've never played it. Read Book of the New Sun if you're ever looking for a good series. I think you'd appreciate it. Okay, I'll add it to my list. Book of the New Sun. People from Quebec are Quebecors. And people from New Brunswick are Quebecors light, right? So last but not least, thank you to Kine SC for the 14-month resub. Sorry, that was 20 minutes ago. I think right about when Lily left to go check on Finn. And I think that's going to be it for us, guys. So we'll see you next Friday, and we'll finish the Q&A, and then I'm going to put up the new prompt, and we'll continue doing this every Friday until we run out of questions for the prompt, and then we will just cycle it through, and that'll be the new format that we do. We should have answered more Patreon questions tonight, but it took us an hour to get going.
I kept thinking we were gonna have to call it. We weren't gonna be able to even get this far.
Yeah, and I don't want to start answering.
We almost didn't start. They were being really loud, and she kept crying before we even started.
I don't want to start a Patreon question and then stop it, because of because that wouldn't be good. I don't want to be like, hey, we're answering a question. Oh no, come back next time. Sorry, we can give you some very good answers, Ian. We're very tired. If I can think of something else, I'll try and open the next stream with it, but I don't think so. My goal with every question is to just get wound up and go, just talk for a bit, and I wasn't able to do that for you. Sorry. Will this be uploaded? They'll be rendered together and uploaded as a big thing, and it'll probably be up sometime at the end of October. Yeah. The chat will be on there. You can also always watch the VOD on Twitch as well. Yeah. Thank you again, Kinda C. Anyway, see you guys later. Thank you for stopping by.
Thanks for the lilies. Good night, you guys.
It's Friday, right?
Yeah.
Saturday
well,
now.
It's Saturday now.
Have a good weekend, everybody. See you next time.